of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the December 16th, 2013 Board of Commissioners meeting. It's wonderful to see such a vibrant crowd tonight. I am going to go ahead. We start off our meetings with an opportunity for public participation. For those of you who cannot stay for the meeting, it's a courtesy to residents who'd like to comment on items on the agenda who cannot stay. So I'd like to go ahead and invite anybody who'd like to publicly participate and give public comment before the meeting. Okay, it looks like everyone can stay. I would like to announce that we had an executive session immediately preceding this Board of Commissioners meeting today on December 16th, and we discussed matters of litigation, personnel, and real estate. Next, the first thing on our agenda tonight is one of our favorite things to do, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. We are going to give commendations of merit to 8 of our officers. I'm going to call up our Superintendent of Police, Bill Colarulo, and I'm going to come down, and we're going to give a quick summation of some of the things that our officers have done professionally and their extraordinary work, and give them some commendations for that work.
The first officer I'd like to call up is Sergeant George Smith. You know, it seems whenever we have a tragedy like Sandy Hook, and we just celebrated the 1-year anniversary, or you see incidents like the Boston Marathon bombing, we're outraged, but then we tend to forget that. But right after Sandy Hook, the township manager, Mr. Zinkowski, he mandated that we're more proactive, that we don't wait until one of these events happen and then we react to it because everybody, you know, is on their, you know, guard and looking out for suspicious activity. So one of the things we did was we wanted to continue to give seminars to our students and their parents and teachers and anyone that was interested in coming to learn more about keeping our children safe. Sergeant George Smith came to me and he volunteered that he wanted to give a seminar about cyberbullying. And I have to tell you, for those of you who attended, you knew how hard-hitting it was. George pulled no punches. He was blunt, he was honest, and he showed what children and parents should be mindful of, that's how dangerous the internet could be. So our first commendation is to Sergeant George Smith, and I'd like to thank him on behalf of the entire township of Radnor for keeping our children safe. George, thank you very much. The next officer I'd like to call up is Police Officer Christopher Gluck. Now, this is becoming routine for Chris in a good way. In fact, back in May, Chris was recognized at the Citizens Crime Commission banquet for making an outstanding arrest and investigation where a grown man tried to abduct a child through internet chat, and the individual was caught in Washington. Getting on a bus with that individual. So this is nothing new. He's a very good officer, very aggressive. There's something in police work, it's when there's a term called, that's real police work. And what he's being honored for tonight is real police work. He didn't react to a 911 call. He was out on patrol, he was alert, and he was aggressive. And back on October the 10th at 2 o'clock in the morning, now, I've been a cop for a long time, and not all officers are driving around at 2 o'clock in the morning. But Chris was out there on Conestoga Road, and he noticed an individual acting suspiciously. So he tried to stop the individual to ask him what he was doing, and the individual ran. Chris chased him, caught him in a yard, and the guy struggled with Chris. Chris was able to subdue him, and he had a backpack. And inside that backpack was a hacksaw, flashlight, bolt cutters, screwdrivers. So you do the math, you know what he was doing. So Chris brought him in. Our detectives working along with Officer Gluck found out that not once, but twice, this individual broke into Chanticleer and stole thousands of dollars worth of ornaments. So because of his alert and aggressive patrol, Chris Gluck is being honored tonight. Great job. I'd now like to call up Lieutenant Andrew Block, Sergeant Joe McGuire, Detectives James Santaguido, Detective Christopher Four, and Officers Jonathan Jagodinsky and Officer Anthony Radico. Sergeant Joe McGuire here is our longest tenured officer in the Radnor Township Police Department. And the reason I bring that up, when this incident occurred, when I was leaving that day, he said to me, you know, this is one of those incidents that when you go home at the end of your shift, you actually feel good because you know you made a difference. That's from a man who has over 33 years in police work. And what happened on December the 2nd, at about 9 o'clock in the morning, we received a call that there was a missing person. But the family was concerned because this missing person was suicidal, sent emails telling her family members that she was going to kill herself. She made her own funeral arrangements, wrote her own obituary. These officers here working together, each played an integral part of finding this woman by using technology, by pinging her cell phone, by checking emails, by looking in her apartment and looking for clues. They found out an area that they believed that she was in at the time. They identified a gun shop that was in that area. And just on a hunch, because she was suicidal, they decided to check that gun shop. She just bought a gun. She was in there as they made the call to the gun shop, and they alerted the state police. And just to make a political reference here, it goes to show you how easy it is to buy a gun if you've never been arrested, and that has to change. But they literally saved this woman's life, and they got her the help that she needed. I can't think of any other type of incident that's more deserving of a commendation than these individuals did, and I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Now you see why I said that's the best part of this job, really. I mean, we live in such a great community. We have such extraordinary people working for us. And it behooves us to every once in a while take stock of it and recognize what a great job they do. Well, speaking of extraordinary people in our community, the next recognition we're going to have is for the vast majority of young people in this room, the students of St. Catherine and the ex-students of St. Catherine. And I'm going to ask Marty Costello to come up and run the show here. And this is a recognition of the work that's being done by these students and their teachers with the Saving Hallowed Ground program, which Marty will tell you a little bit more about.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the second year in a row, the St. Catherine of Siena graduating class has produced a program recognizing the veterans who have perished in wars of our nation. Last year was World War I, where 20 Radnor residents were recognized and researched by the students of St. Catherine's. This year, the students of St. Catherine's, who are now high school freshmen, researched the Vietnam veterans who were killed in action in Vietnam 40, 50 years ago. That happened to be my war. It happened to be the war of many of the men who are in this room right now. And because of what they did, and the display was in the town hall here for 4 weeks, and we just had a big photo op, the township is going to recognize them again for remembering and researching and putting a face to the names that are on the wall. There's 118 names on the wall. Right now, 29 have been researched. We have a way to go. But when we started reading these names years and years and years ago, that was it. Nobody knew who they were. Well, now we do because of the help of the students and the faculty of St. Catherine's. I just want to read real quick the names of the gentlemen who perished during the war. I don't need these glasses, really. And the 9 were Roger S. Briskin, Donald D. Burris, Ronald Exgren, William R. Gunter, Stephen J. Kinghorn, Lawrence J. Marshall, who was a student at St. Catherine's, John P. Murphy, Thomas A. Naily, and A. Robert Toll. May they rest in peace. I'm going to ask the students of St. Catherine's to come up and line this hall. to be recognized by the Commissioners of Radnor Township. Please come up. Just line that one. Just go either side. And as they come up, I'm going to read a few words about Saving Hallowed Ground. The Dichotomy of Service. Saving Hallowed Ground has a clear mission of focusing on the there and then. A Wounded Warrior has a clear mission on focusing on the here and now. This is a very brief statement. The Dichotomy of Service is nothing new for the members of the military. The rich history of men and women willing to give their all so others may live in liberty speaks volumes. Veterans continue to honor all those who have paid the ultimate price with their lives in service to our nation. Working with the Saving Hallowed Ground Project, veterans continue to serve our nation by honoring all those who have served and lost their lives in wartime conflicts. Volunteering with monument restoration creates yet another dichotomy where physical work and its accompanying pain can assist in the rehabilitation process a wounded warrior may need to help heal their wounds from war. Veterans must deal with the then and there of the personal service as they struggle with the healing in the here and now. Ironically, as the monument is restored to its dedication day look, so too is the veteran who helped in the process. Veterans helping veterans come home. It was written by Jerry Sweely, Vietnam 66-67. And what these students have done is remember those who are on the wall. By remembering them, the true heroes of our township, the ones who permit us to come to these town halls and live in liberty, justice, freedom. Freedom is not free, and those 118 names on that wall will prove that. Will all the veterans in the room, regardless of where you are, would you please come forward? Bill, commissioners, John, any other veterans, please come forward. Mr. McGinley.
World War II, not many of us left.
Big one. Students, you have to say something to the veterans?
Thank you.
And welcome home. Thank you for your service. Go ahead, say it.
Thank you for your service.
There you go. Welcome home.
Welcome home.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
God bless you all.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And,
Thank you all.
and that was a good point. You don't have to have served in the military to serve this country, and these students are that example. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Tossi, where are you? The principal? Oh, would you come up, please? David, you can leave. Okay.
David, how are you? Well, I would just like to present this on behalf of the township. This is a certificate of recognition for the hard work that the teachers, the administrators, that the fellows from Saving Hallowed Ground and the students did for 2 years, researching and recognizing the sacrifices of our wartime soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, and Marines who died while serving, presented on this day, December 16th, 2013. So thank you so much for all of your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could just say one more note of gratitude to Marta Costello and to Jean Huff, who I see in the back, for bringing this program to our township and for persevering with it and continuing to try and get into all of the schools to make this happen, because it really is a wonderful way of keeping our next generation aware and informed and engaged. So thank you to both of you for all your work on this. I have one more recognition tonight that's a sneak recognition that is not on the agenda, and that is for our outgoing commissioner, Kevin Higgins. This is this is Kevin's last meeting. He served for 6 or 7 years, and it's been a pleasure working with him, and he's done a great deal of service for this township, and we'd like to recognize him and wish him well and tell him not to be a stranger. So, come on up. Now, if we could go ahead, John Fisher, if you don't mind starting with the next item while I go back up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll give those who would like to leave time to get out. Okay, I'd like to, I will move to appoint the following persons to the following boards and commissions. For the Zoning Hearing Board, I move to appoint William Martin, George Nagel, and John Riley as the alternative. And on the EAC, Matthew Holtman, Stormwater, Maya Van Rossum for the 4th Ward, Regina Majorkak to the 6th Ward, and Joe Shane to the 5th Ward.
I'll second that and just mention that we're going to set the terms for the zoning hearing board at our next meeting.
That's right.
Is there any commissioner comment about these appointments? Any staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? They are appointed by a vote of 7-0.
And just to follow up, we have 2 vacancies on the Parks and Rec Committee and 1 vacancy on the Shade Tree Committee. Please send your letter of interest to the Township Manager, Bob Zinkowski, 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania, 19087.
Thanks, John. Next, we will move on to our consent agenda. These are many items that we passed together. They're very perfunctory in nature and do not require debate or discussion. However, before we move and pass on this agenda, we give the opportunity to commissioners or to the public to lift something out of that consent agenda if anyone feels that something should be discussed. And I would like to do that now. Are there any commissioners that would like to remove any item from the consent agenda? Are there any members of the public who would like to remove an item?
Move the approval of the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Next, we will move on to our committee reports, and we will start with Personnel and Administration with Commissioner John Fisher.
Thank you. I will ask Superintendent to come up and announce from his seat these conditional offers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam President, back in the early fall, the Township Manager gave us permission to give the police examination. It consisted of a written exam, physical agility test, oral exam, and then an extensive and, I might add, grueling background investigation. And based on the different steps of the testing process. We have two candidates by the names of James Gallagher and Nicholas Lafredo, and they passed all the requirements, and I respectfully ask that the Board of Commissioners would give them a conditional letter of employment.
May we,
Okay.
just for procedural element, can we have them separately?
Yes, we will do each one separately.
Okay, I'll move to make conditional offer to James M. Gallagher.
Second?
Is there any commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0.
I'll move to appoint Nicholas W. Lafredo.
Second?
And then I need to recuse myself on this item. Nick and I currently have the same employer, so I'm going to recuse myself on this item.
Okay, is there any commissioner comment or staff comment or public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the approval, it is, his employment is approved by a vote of 6-0 with 1 recusal. Okay, next item.
Yeah, that was for conditional offers, not necessarily employment.
Conditional, you're right,
correct? Yes.
you're right.
Okay, thank you. I'll move Resolution 2013-144. This is amending the Township Organizational Chart, which is included in our packets.
Second?
Any commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Okay, I'll move Ordinance 2013-22 for adoption. This is approving the agreement of sale and purchase between the Township of Radnor and ESIII LP, a Pennsylvania limited liability company, by its general partner, ESIII Ardrossan LLC, for the purchase of 71 acres of open space.
Second?
Okay, so this item, this ordinance has been advertised as up for final adoption tonight. And as such, this will be the final hearing on the issue, and it will be the final opportunity for the public to weigh in. We've had 4 public meetings about this issue in the last 5 or 6 weeks. As such, we are going to have public comment first and hear from the public who's here who'd like to speak. And then we will do commissioner comment and any staff comment that there is, and then we will vote. So I would like to go ahead and invite the public up. I do know that we have, as I understand it, a presentation from our CARFAC who would like to share some of their thoughts about this purchase and moving about our financial situation. So I'm going to invite them to come up first. I think there's a PowerPoint that's been prepared. Good evening. How are you? Happy holidays to you.
My name is Mark Blair, I'm the 4th Ward. You asked us to analyze the impact of the proposed Ardrossan purchase on the overall financial condition of our township. This is our report. Carl Bupp, who preceded me as chairman of CARFAC, is going to lead the presentation for us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. And as Mark said, I'm Carl Bupp. I live on Ravenscliff Road. Been a member of the CARFAC now for 3 years. And the purpose of this presentation this evening, it's been a long process, but we've reviewed the financials that came out as part of the open space policy phase 2 calculations. We wanted to report to the stakeholders in Radnor, the Board of Commissioners, the township residents, our review of those numbers, as well as provide them some high-level key financial information. There's a plethora of data on the website about this thing. We've got comments from everywhere. We've got all sorts of financial projections, et cetera. But what we wanted here is to give key numbers to residents so they could talk knowledgeably about this issue. We did spend a lot of time with township staff going through the phase 2 financial analysis. We met with Bill and Bob 3, 4, 5 times going through the numbers. It's a thoughtful analysis. We couldn't find any problems with the numbers, and check the calculations did that. There was one request that the CARFAC made to the Board of Commissioners. We're very pleased the board responded, and that was to get a second appraisal done by a second appraisor of the purchase price. We believe that will help support or justify the purchase amount, and we felt that is important. And in fact, we understand the contract's been signed, an appraiser's been interviewed and engaged, and within, by the end of January, we should have a second appraisal, which is very positive. I will also conclude and say that the CARFAC was not asked to provide a position on the Ardrossan purchase. We're not going to do that. That's not going to come out of this presentation. But I will tell you what I am going to talk about, which is the overall acquisition cost summary, the impact on our taxes for all the residents of Radnor, the impact on overall liabilities for the township, which is a big issue, talk about millage rates, some of the financial challenges facing the township, and some opportunities that the CARFAC sees. But first of all, when we looked at this purchase, buying 71 acres, our analysis, or actually taking the numbers right out of the Phase 2 analysis, this is a $23 million transaction. That's the purchase price, transaction costs, financing costs, and maintenance costs for these 71 acres for the next 30 years. And that's the way the township should look at it. It's the way we look at township employees when we hire them. We look at their health costs, their pension costs, what the township is signing up for. So this is actually a $23 million transaction, okay? Now, 10 million of that is supposed to be funded from bonds. That's what's in the proposal today. 2.5 million will come from grants and other donations, 1 million of which has been secured. Another 1.5 million is to be secured. The remainder will come from real estate transfer tax, which is already in place, and a tax increase on the residents of Radnor. And based upon the analysis in the Phase 2 analysis report, we're looking at a 5.2% tax increase for residents of Radnor to pay the cost to service the debt and provide the maintenance. This would only be in place for 12 years, but that's one of the costs of purchasing this land. So 5.2% in place starting calendar year 2015, going through calendar year 2026, at which point it would be stepped back, or 4 of the 5.2%.
Carl, I have a couple questions
Sure.
about this. Would you rather that we wait till the end to ask questions, or while we're on the slide that I have a question?
Go ahead and ask. I mean,
Okay. Well, I have 2 comments and a question. My first comment is that I want to make sure everyone understands when they see these numbers that these percentage points tax increase are of your township portion only. It is not a 4% increase of your tax bill, which includes your school district amount and your county amount. So it's really important that you don't look at this at home and say, well, that 4% increase on my tax bill, that would be a lot higher than it actually is. The second thing I wanted to point out was that the property maintenance figure is sort of a worst-case scenario number. We are not planning on maintaining this property. We are planning on leasing it and having it continue in agriculture, which it has been in for over 100 years. So that is the plan with the land, and that cost would go away if we succeed in doing that. Then my third is more a question on this foregone tax revenue number. I want to make sure I understand the logic here. This increase, so you're looking at the fact that houses are not being developed there, that if they were developed, they would bring in tax revenue.
Exactly.
Since that tax revenue is not coming in, it equates an increase in taxes somehow.
correct.
Okay.
One of the analysis is actually in the calendar year 2014 budget. There's a chart on page 37 that does a 5-year projection.
Right.
The one line that's in there that's called the modified case assumes that Ardrossan is developed,
Right.
that the entire property is developed. So if you purchase Ardrossan, you would have some additional cost or lost revenue from the properties. You have some additional maintenance costs. And so that's where that came from. And you are correct that it is based upon, it's a township 5.2%
Right.
increase. I
So-
will say on the flip side, there's also some assumptions about interest rates on the debt, and that cost of servicing which could fluctuate, and there are certain costs there. But this is the best guess based upon where we are today and what we're looking
Okay.
at.
Just before we leave the slide, I'd like to make the point that if we're using the logic that not building on a developable lot equals a tax increase, then I think it's important that we look at this property in its context. And remember, when we're looking at a slide like this, that the balance of the property is going to be developed. And the balance of the property is going to have somewhere between 60 and 85 or 87 new units that will also be bringing in revenue. So in our finance department's numbers, they estimated eventually it would be about $166,000 a year in revenue that those new homes will bring in. So following this logic, that equals about a 1.5 decrease in taxes, following the logic of calling non-development an increase in taxes. So I want everyone to have the whole picture here, that by not developing on a small portion, on a portion of it, we may be losing tax revenue, but it is more than offset by the balance of the property being developed and the increase of revenues that comes from that.
Can we just have a point of order? My preference would be to hear the presentation. Essentially, we're turning this into,
Sure.
no offense, Elaine, but we're turning it
No
into your
problem. Sure. No
presentation when I
offense
want it to
taken.
be their presentation.
No offense taken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move ahead. The other thing we wanted to look at was did this increase in debt mean for Radnor Township in terms of unfunded liabilities? And today, there are three major unfunded liabilities here in the township. There's an unfunded pension liability, an OPEB, or post-employment benefit liability, and a general obligation bond liability. As of 12/31/2012, the actuarially accrued liability for those three things amounted to $128 million. If you looked at the total obligation, what the amounts paid over the lifetime or the future of these obligations, it could be as high as $364 million. The analogy is your home. You have a mortgage on your house. Let's say you have a $200,000 mortgage on your house. The actual payments you make on that mortgage are going to be well in excess of $200,000. So that's the difference between these two columns. And so, in fact, these are important for understanding both of those. Where we are today, if we wrote a check, we pay it off all today for $128 million. If we pay as we go, it should be around $364, or that's the best estimate of the actuaries and the assumptions that are in the plan and that we're using. If we add Ardrossan to that, it would add $10 million to the actuarial amount, or $17 million over the life of the enterprise, or the 30 years that the debts would be in place. Now, just to put that in context, in 2013, Radnor revenue is projected to be about $40 million. So it's a significant amount. Something to consider as we think about this whole opportunity, but certainly not insurmountable. A 5.2% Radnor tax increase would generate approximately $620,000 a year for the period 2015 through 2026. There are many alternative uses for that. We're not recommending that. We're just saying when you raise taxes, you ought to think about what other opportunities or where could you redirect that to make sure that if we raise these taxes to spend money, it's where we want to direct our dollars. So we've put two examples here. Reducing the OPEB liability and the pension liability. You could also direct it toward stormwater management or wastewater management or other activities that the township wants to undertake. One of the positive things that Radnor's done recently is in 2013 and projected for 2014, the Radnor real estate taxes are going to stay flat, a 0% increase. That's quite good. I have to thank the township staff, the Board of Commissioners for being very aggressively managing expenses. There have, however, been new fees added, a stormwater fee, a trash tipping fee. I would actually personally like to say I think those are good ideas because what they do is they charge the people that use the services for the services. So I think constructing it that way has been very positive. You know, the stormwater fee applies to everyone who has a property in Radnor, nonprofit, business, whatever, and there's a consistent way of allocating that out. The trash chipping fee, as I understand, is not charged to businesses in Radnor because they have to pay for trash themselves. So they shouldn't pay more in their real estate taxes for doing that. They can do that. But those are actually increased costs to living in Radnor. It's a small amount on a percentage basis, and these percentages here, the percentage increase in the median, based upon the median Radnor home price, anywhere from, including the 5.2%, would be 11 to 20%. On a dollar basis, not that big, 114 to 201. But it's important to look at that and look at your individual properties because it varies by property based upon your assessed value and where you are. But we wanted to make sure that people understand, even though real estate taxes have been flat, the cost of living in Radnor has been going up. And in fact, in 2014, there are some other fees that are going up that I think will come up later tonight in the discussion of the 2014 budget. Interestingly, though, in that 14 budget, there's some very positive news. There is a graph on page 37 at the bottom that projects millage rates in Radnor for 2014 through 2019. Okay, this is the 5-year forecast. And if you look at these numbers, the millage rate today is 3.7511. If there was no change in what we were doing today, there's actually a projection that the millage rate would decline. There would be a reduction in taxes down to 3.5976. However, in the budget is a plan to increase funding for pension and OPEB, and also that there be some construction in Ardrossan, that is developed fully. So Elaine, this is your question, where do you compare that to? That number there, the 3.8672, assumes that 100% of Ardrossan is built out. That's what's in that number, so we compare vis-a-vis that. The top line here assumes that we actually move forward with this purchase of 71 acres, and we actually increase the millage rate by another 5%. The positive thing about this chart is if we purchased Ardrossan, Radnor purchased Ardrossan, funded pension and OPEB as being proposed in the plan, the millage rate would only go up 8% the next 5 years. I think that's exceptional.
Carl, is that a one-time 8% or 8% per year?
One time 8%. So you see it going, you plot the line, so it would only go up, so it's less than 1% a year. That's exceptional. I mean, that's hidden down and buried in a small chart on page 37, and Bill and Bob can talk to that. But certainly the township, if you went back 2 or 3 years ago when we had 9 and 11% real estate tax increases, is in a much stronger position than it's ever been. So this is quite good. So we are trying to present a balanced picture here, the good, the bad. We're talking about a large transaction, but there's also some very strong financial information at Radnor. Why does it look so good? Act 511 tax revenue. This chart here plots 3 lines: real estate taxes, Act 511 taxes, and all other revenue in Radnor Township. The incredible numbers here is if you look at the green line, the 511.9, from 2008 to 2009, that dropped 21%. We hit the recession, and it dropped from 10.7 million to 8.5. Huge. That's money right out of our pockets. But in the past 4 years, it's gone up over 60%. The last 2 years, it's gone up over 40%. And this excludes the significant one-time settlements that we've had, the $8 million business privilege tax refund. There was another $1.5 million. This is a tremendous story. I always tease Bob Zinkowski that he saw this before he took the job because he knew there was a way to kind of, pull this out. So the township has been very successful in developing these business relationships for people that generate revenue for the township. The risk is, if you look at this and look at these lines, you look at the line for the real estate taxes. It's slow and steady. It goes up. It doesn't move dramatically. It's not very volatile. The 511 tax line has volatility risk, and that's something we need to watch. I know that the Board of Commissioners is thinking about ways to handle that as we look ahead, but look at this, the township to make sure we're not caught in a 2009 scenario where we just run short on revenue. But that's great news for the township, and I think, it came up very importantly. So, as we think about this decision to purchase Ardrossan, there are some financial challenges facing the township. This is not an attempt to look at everything, but just to say, this is not a small transaction. I know the Board of Commissioners, we know the Board of Commissioners have looked deeply into it, but there are challenges that the township has to face that aren't going away anytime too soon. The first one being, I'm talking about the sensitivity to overall revenue, to the Act 511 revenue. That's something the township has to be careful to get too addicted to. But it is certainly an opportunity. There's been a lot of talk about stormwater and sanitary sewer infrastructure. Those systems aren't getting any newer. You put in place programs to fund those. I think that's great. But we think that's one of those things that as we look ahead, 5, 10, 15 years, it's going to be a cost for the township. Mounting costs to maintain the parks, the open space, the township facilities, those are normal costs, but those are big costs. Increasing personnel, the contractual salary increases that are built into the contracts for the police and the non-police union employees. And in fact, their capital program, which has been underfunded for the past 5 years, over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see lots of requests around that. But there's good news on the horizon. One of the areas that we in the Carfax see as an opportunity is to look at some of the space and properties that the township owns and to see if there are ways to reduce the carrying cost or monetize those. Monetize being public-private partnerships, other things, to reduce the township's costs for all that property. It may include selling that. We're not saying it has to. But several weeks ago, the Cresser report came up, identified 48 properties, a framework for evaluating those properties, looking at those. One thing the township has yet to do is put a full P&L on each of the properties to say, here's what we're paying or losing on each of them. I know the Willows is one. There's been a lot of attention paid to that. How much money is being spent on the Willows, and coming up in creative and new ways to either offset that or do something with that that reduces the cost for the township while maintaining the accessibility for township residents. Economic development, there are a lot of proposals. I won't mention them all, but there are opportunities, public-private partnerships, different things the township can do while maintaining the quality of life of Radnor. This is not, we're not interested in becoming a competitor to one of our neighboring township where the second largest mall in the United States exists, but there may be opportunities here for us to generate more revenue in thoughtful ways while maintaining the quality of life. And then finally, operating efficiencies. One of the great things the board did in that $8 million business privilege tax settlement or settlement that was received, allocated $1.5 million for new technical system or technology for the township. We're working the Carfax, that's one of our key priorities for next year, is looking at ways to do it better, quicker, faster, using technology, not reducing the services, expanding the services, but doing more with less and using technology to help us do that. And all the operational aspects from the police department to the public works to everywhere else. There are opportunities there. I'm sure we can improve. We do a great job today, but I think we have to try to be one of the best townships or the best township in that area. So that's the summary of our report. We didn't come through with any conclusions or recommendations. I think the keys that we wanted township residents to walk away with were three things. $23 million, that's the 30-year cost to buy Ardrossan. Put that in your analysis. A 5% township real estate tax increase, which today is what's in the analysis and says it would be. You can do that analysis. Is open space worth that? And I think everyone can look at that. And three, the township's in a good financial spot. Not saying we can do it, but we're certainly in a very strong financial position with lots of opportunities to do things like the Ardrossan purchase. So, you know, it does make sense. There's a lot more we can do. And in fact, we may be able to do it for less than 5.2% if we get creative about ideas. So that's certainly out there. And the Carfax, you know, would support, you know, some of those creative ideas. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Carl, and thank you, Mark, and thank you to the rest of the Carfax for putting this together. This is none of this is new information, but it's so helpful for us and for residents to have it distilled and put together in a, very easily digestible way like this. And it's important that we all, have our eyes wide open when we're making these big decisions, and you've done a great service to us in keeping our eyes wide open. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, do we have other public comments on the proposed ordinance? Come on up. Good evening, George. It's wonderful to see you here. For those of you who don't know George, he's a former commissioner and was one of the fathers of our open space program in Radnor.
Thank you. I have no prepared comments, but I would like to just express a personal viewpoint. I am probably one of the few three-generation Radnor residents here tonight. My grandfather lived in a house where the post office is now located, and I don't think that gives me any more votes in the elections. In fact, it didn't even get me reelected against Bill Spingler when he defeated me. How many years ago was that, Bill? The point is that I'd like to give you a little additional history. And some of you may I don't think anybody was on the board when I was. By the way, the old township building, when I was a commissioner, had only one Democrat on the Board of Commissioners, and he was assigned a seat next to the window, which was the most poorly heated. He had to suffer through cold weather.
I think you're referring to me, George.
No.
Because we served at the same time in the 80s and 90s.
But Jeff Hahn preceded you, I think, actually. So, but the point is that I do bring a little perspective to this, and I want to give you the benefit of that perspective. When I was a township commissioner, we did cause to be prepared by a consultant a detailed study of the visual assets of Radnor Township, the locations that should be preserved in any future development. This is probably a 20-year-old study, and it may have been lost in the archives, probably. Though not too many things get lost in the archives, I'm sure. But the point is that in that study, one of the most valuable assets was the view shed, so-called, as you proceed on Newtown Road down toward Darby Paley Road. And the view looking out to your left is one of the prettiest views in the entire township, maybe in the entire Delaware Valley. That is the kind of land we're talking about. And there's been a lot of talk about money here, but this is an invaluable, intangible asset. The ability to drive down Newtown Road and look out across that meadow and across towards Skunk Hollow, it's just almost breathtaking. We have to preserve the most valuable assets we have for the intangible benefit of the township residents. And I hope that there are a clear majority that are willing to pay $50 more a year for the intangible benefit. We've heard talk about the providing the full profit and loss of the study of this transaction and of owning property in Radnor. You have to factor into any profit P&L statement, any profit and loss statement, the intangible benefits. And I just submit to you that one of the greatest intangible benefits we have now is the privilege of driving down Newtown Road toward Darby Paoli and looking out across that beautiful meadow and seeing. My wife saw a horse jumping the fence there one time. It's just irreplaceable asset. So I urge you to buy this property and to continue supporting open space in Radnor Township. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George, for coming out tonight. Well, I know that's a hard act to follow, but is there any other public comment?
My name is Colleen Price, and I live at 536 Atterbury, and I support buying open space. I think Ardrossan is absolutely beautiful. I think we should buy it for a fair price. I understand there is a second appraisal, which I hope comes in lower, because then you can probably get a little more land, maybe the land that the Radnor Conservancy is looking for to back up those homes that are going to be on the ridge of the rye field. I do have one suggestion. I've made it before. I think the plan that you're going to approve under the density modification will allow Mr. Scott to build 154 houses. That's a maximum build out. I don't think anybody wants that. Hopefully it's not his intent as well. So my suggestion is, I believe you're paying full value for Quarry Field and Wheeler and for the rye field. Hold the money back on the rye field. Hold it back for a year and a day, whatever it takes, so that he can do his tax thing that he needs to get done. And just say that you just need to see whatever his final plans are for his development there. Whether he builds 154 or he doesn't build 154, you'll know. And then you'll have some redress before you go out and spend $6 million and then find out you pretty much got hoodwinked and they built 154 houses and that wasn't anybody's plan. And that's my other suggestion is too, you are going to pay the full value for the land, which is fine. I'm glad you're going to go with the appraised value. I don't know why you need to attach a density modification to that if he's getting the full value for the land. And I think what would be good about separating it is that you would get all the things that we always talked about that you wanted at Ardrossan. You wanted a walking path around the exterior. You wanted more open space on the perimeter. So if you just pay him full value for the 3 plots of land that you want to buy and go back and do regular density modification, you might get a lot more and a lot more bang for your buck. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Is there other public comment?
Sarah Pilling, 29 Garrett Avenue. This is very difficult for me because it is not politically correct to be against buying open space. I'm actually for buying the Wheeler Field and the Quarry because it rounds out the Willows. But I'm going to speak on behalf of someone who was raised to live within her budget, who lives modestly, who is a senior citizen, who has no capacity to earn more money. Social Security is going up 1.5%. And if you add up all of this, I believe you're going to begin to drive the seniors out of this township. 13-point-something% of the residents of this township are senior citizens. That came from the census. And what's very interesting is 8.6% of the residents of Radnor Township live below the poverty line. I do not know how many of those are seniors. That figure is not given. I don't think it's to be taken lightly. I resent the fact that someone said to me, oh, it's only going to be a case of beer. Or someone told me I could go get a job at almost 77, or I could move. So I sat down the other night and I took my expenses. I own my house outright. I did that. I scrimped so I could pay for it so I wouldn't carry a mortgage. I own my car outright. I don't buy on time. Where could I go and live on $700 a month, which is what it cost me in base cost to live in my little house at Garrett Hill? And you add this tax burden, the sewer rates going up, the stormwater fee, small property, only $30, the tipping fee, it's going to be a lot for senior citizens. And I ask you, I know what you're going to do. As Bill Spengler says, we got 4 votes. It's a done deal. But I want you to think about the seniors who live in this township. That's the 13-point-something% who do not have the capacity. They live on fixed income. They can't just go out and dig a little deeper in order to find the money to live in this township. And if you only have wealthy in this township, you've lost something. Because with democracy, you have to have a full range of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Do we have any other public comment?
Good evening, Rich Booker, Belrose Lane. I guess I have four 4 points, and thank the CARFAC for their presentation as well. I guess, first of all, I think that we've kind of gone through this, but just to get it on the record, I don't believe that this is a good deal for the township to purchase these Ardrossan portions of the Ardrossan estate here, or portions that are affiliated with Ardrossan. I've spoken with several real estate professionals in our area, and with one exception, none of them indicated the price paid for this property is appropriate under the circumstances. They all think that the parcels acquired to be acquired are too expensive, given that much of the land is susceptible to flooding, is a sloped area, and consists of the backfilled quarry area. Most indicate that the township is being rolled in this deal, and that $12 million is too much. If it were $3 or $4 million, then perhaps this would be a fair deal for the township. But because of the way this negotiations were approached, telegraphing the price that we would pay, or telegraphing that we wanted to purchase at any price, we weren't able to achieve the best deal for the taxpayers. If this was really valuable land, I think that you would see some more private donors. And I reach out and I wonder, where is the private money for this deal, especially the Conservancy? The Conservancy is contributing just a few $100,000, I think, to this deal, and I'm sure someone will speak up about this, perhaps Hank. While the local governments are using $11 million of taxpayer money on this, mainly public money is being spent here, very little private money. The Conservancy's goal for years was to purchase Ardrossan, especially when our president, Ms. Schaefer, was involved. And Elaine has gone from active insider on the Conservancy to president of the Board of Commissioners, and has found a way to use the public money for Conservancy purposes. Taxpayers really need not subsidize development as is occurring here. Ardrossan is not being purchased. It will be developed. Further, the Board of Commissioners is likely to provide the density modification, as Colleen referred to, which will allow the same amount of development that would have been available without the purchase of the property. And the cost is too high for what is being purchased, as has been documented by several people in the township. Next, as alluded to by the CARFAC, this is a major increase in indebtedness. The purchase will increase our indebtedness of the township by more than 20%. Further, we're approving a purchase now, but we won't issue bonds for some time. So the projections for what it will cost could actually be more. We expect, I think, generally, interest rates will go up. We don't know what the interest rates will be 2 weeks from now, let alone a year or two. So while we're projecting that this will be a 5% roughly tax increase with whatever offsets we want to argue, it may be more if interest rates rise between now and when bonds are actually issued. If the Fed tapers, it could result in a Radnor taxpayer squeeze with respect to debt service, and you've heard people talk about that. And it's not just the 5% here. Carl's graph is nice, but as he also pointed out, there's multiple other fees that are true costs, permanent costs, that's in effect should be included in that increase. Third is the stormwater needs. The Board of Commissioners told us that for our financial picture was so dire just a few months ago that we needed to raise more revenue from the taxpayers and nonprofits in the township. The situation was so serious that we needed to increase taxes in the form of a stormwater fee so that we could spend $2 million on infrastructure. In addition, we're told that the township planning is, we talked about this as well during the presentation, we're going to be increasing payments towards the unfunded liabilities for the township at about $200,000 a year. And that, once again, will fall on the taxpayers and some people of means and other people that don't have the means. If those issues are so serious that the taxpayers are being asked to pay more money today, how is it that we've determined we have $10 million to spend today on land that many of the township residents will never even see, let alone use? It seems obvious that if there are infrastructure issues in the township, they should be addressed before adding new debt on a sentimental pet project like this. Finally, we talked about public choice. The Board of Commissioners has indicated they've heard from scores of residents on this issue, but I would submit and you all know that there's about 9,000 tax-paying units in the township. only a small fraction of them have weighed in on this issue. By far, the vast majority of people have not weighed in. Now, I myself have heard from scores of people on this issue, and my polling data shows that residents are against the purchase by about a margin of 2 to 1. And I know that that's anecdotal, but I think that there's no better anecdotal evidence in my story than what we've seen here. As Elaine wrote just before her reelection, it is ultimately the community's decision, quote unquote, as to whether the township will purchase some portion of the property associated with the Ardrossan mansion. She made that statement knowing it would never really be up to the
Rich,
community.
I'd just like to gently remind you that you're over 5 minutes.
Well,
Thanks.
thank you. I would ask for some special consideration. I am a commissioner-elect, and I haven't been able to weigh in on this with the
Just
commissioners
letting you
directly. As Elaine wrote just before her reelection, it is ultimately the community's decision as to whether the township will purchase some portion of the property associated with the Ardrossan mansion. She made this statement knowing that it would never really be up to the community on this issue, but it would be up to 4 current commissioners who have already made it known that they'll vote for this purchase. I would request that the Board of Commissioners at least be honest with the constituents if you've planned to vote for this purchase all along. It's your prerogative to do so, but you should not knowingly make false statements regarding the constituents' ability to affect the outcome of the decision. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your thoughts, Rich. Any other public comment?
Bob Mikolas, West Wayne Avenue, Wayne. I don't have any prepared comments. I just want to react to some of the discussions. I'm a little bit concerned that the Carfax presentation was not previously available because it does summarize a lot of work, and it's kind of hard to absorb a lot of work in the summary without seeing the summary as part of the advanced material. I also am concerned about sort of the balanced view on the financial side. It is a substantial purchase. There's no question about it. It does require additional income over a long period of time. No question about that. Some of the numbers and some of the considerations of the numbers are what concerns me. When we look at increased expense, we also have to look at the revenue that offsets that expense. And in this case, the revenue was all attributed to real estate income, real estate taxes. The chart was up there, but it didn't have the percentages, but over 50% of the township's revenue comes from non-real estate income sources. Also, the construction that would happen with the development of the portions that are going to be developed will generate a lot of fee income because of all the permits and other taxes and fees that are required as that property is developed. That may have been considered, but it didn't seem to be relevant, didn't seem to be put into the relevance of what the future tax burden might be. Also, if you do not purchase the property, what happens to the property? If it gets developed, you have now services that have to be provided for whatever does happen to the property. There's been cycles through this township about what happens when development happens. It didn't seem to affect this development, whether it was the original, what's being proposed, or the density modification with the whole number of houses. But that is, what's the impact on the school taxes? You put more houses, you generate more children going to the schools, you generate more traffic, you generate more stormwater problems. And so there are services that come along with how much this property is developed. And that cost factor didn't seem to be relevant to the presentation. So I do a lot of financial analysis as my profession. I'm an actuary. I don't do pensions and post-retirement medical. That's not my field. But I know when I see there's a balanced presentation, whether I like the news or not, this didn't seem to be a balanced presentation. So good luck with your decision.
Thank you very much. And I just want to clarify that anyone who's interested, that presentation, the PowerPoint that we saw tonight is on the website. It's actually on the front page, and it was put on the website last Friday for anybody who wanted to see it. Okay, any other public comment?
Al Chapecco, Briarwood Road. Just a couple of comments. I was going to mention the fact that I felt that the presentation was great, and these folks really, I'm sure, spent a lot of time with it. I too, however, felt imbalanced as it relates to some of the numbers that were up there. Specifically, for example, the 5.22%, I guess it was, of what happens, the amount of tax increase attributed to development foregone. And again, just extending what Bob Nicholas said, if there were more development, there's just going to be more costs, and there was no consideration for that. And that's just one example, I thought. Again, not taking away from the presentation, but it was, I thought, not very well balanced, at least from my perspective. But the more important part, and somebody mentioned, I think, the other meeting regarding the what could happen, and Bob specifically mentioned it just now. If you have any idea of what could happen, all you have to do is look at what's happening in the DuPont tract. I went there, past it the other day, and actually went in. And I am telling you, it is the worst example of density or density planning that I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't even believe what's happening over there. And thank God I don't live in that township. But nevertheless, if somebody has any doubts about what we could invest in for the future, all you have to do is look at that DuPont estate. It's just an incredible waste of, I don't know what. But nevertheless, and the other thing in terms of what I would consider some personal attacks on some of the commissioners anyway, I just think it's inappropriate. I don't think it's a fair thing to say. I don't think it's appropriate to say, and there's no place in a meeting like this. But anyway, thank you, and please make the decision.
Thank you, Al. Hello, Leslie.
Hello, everybody. Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road. Can we get the video? Spotlight, light here. Okay. And can we, Mr. Video, I forget. Yeah, can we get it a little farther in? Okay, that's great.
Rotate it, please.
Rotate it. That way is better, or success? Thank you. Okay. Hello. This is a big night for everybody, I think. So I thought I would try and focus my comments within 5 minutes, hopefully, on some additional conditions as I thought about it through the week.
You're going to introduce yourself to the people at home.
I said Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road, when I walked up, but Bill, here you go. Before I start, though, I do want to put an asterisk and say that Lissitor, which is the ex-Foxcatcher John DuPont estate, has underlying legal zoning that is much denser than Ardrossan. I think I pointed that out about 3 months ago. It is what you call a 1-for-1, so they're allowed by law 1 unit per 1 acre, which is why it is denser, because by law they're allowed. Where on Ardrossan we have an underlying 2-for-1, meaning every 2 acres you would have 1 house. Many people through these last 3 months have said, well, density modification actually lets you develop less. That is not true. Density modification lets you site your houses on smaller than 2 acres in this case, so that you can avoid certain things, maybe a tree cusp, or maybe take advantage of a great view. And so it gives you more flexibility. It's supposed to give you more green. You're supposed to allocate 15%, which the applicant has. The applicant here has done the bare minimum of our zoning requirement. In fact, it's at 15.02% he has designed into the application. So please, the investment lots which are left over is what he hasn't put the next phase onto. We're hoping there isn't a next phase. That's why I put together a list of conditions. I'm not sure if, when people hand you a purchase agreement, you are absolutely allowed to say, yes, but I need these conditions as well. And that's why I put together my list of conditions that I thought maybe through the last 3 months there might be some element that we would negotiate back from this purchase agreement. And they are the secondary appraisal, which I'm glad to hear that Carfax, thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. I agree with you wholeheartedly that a second appraiser should have been retained, as I said months ago. I'm glad there has been. I look forward to their results. And maybe we'll get a little better deal, hopefully. Number 2, the option on the rye field I brought up last week. I agree with Colleen. I think it would be very, very good because the rye field doesn't really preserve anything. The Wheeler and the quarry, as I said, on a preservation basis, are very good examples of preservation. You're stopping all development, you're buying the whole tract, and they align with something you already own. Awesome. I'm not going to comment on the price, but awesome. So that's a win-win. Then the other thing that was brought up through our due diligence was that the quarry site had dumping on it before. The applicant's family has said that they remediated. We don't know. But through your due diligence, after the purchase agreement may or may not be signed, one would do the following. The quarry field would absolutely undergo not only an independent phase 1, but an independent phase 2, because you have dumping there and you don't know if you've gotten the contaminants out. So you would definitely want to look at that. And because it sits upstream to the Wheeler track, what happens in real estate is everything always goes downstream. Doesn't mean it did, but you have to also do phase 1 and 2 on a downstream property because you also have the water elements as well, and you wouldn't want to buy something and be responsible for further contaminating it. But, so those are some of my suggestions, the phase 2 on both the quarry and Wheeler. Then my son had a question. He noticed that the common open space that we can't get to, which is basically designed here and here along some of the creeks, and here, it's common open space, and by law, supposedly, we're allowed to go in there and fish. I just wanted to know if there was any comments tonight. He wants to know if opening day he's going to be able to go back there and use his fly rod. Colleen had said through conditional use we wouldn't be allowed to go to the common open space on the plan, but we're a little questioning that in our family. Then the maintenance fund that was brought up with the Carfax thing, I think that's an excellent point. Many times that when you have a public-private partnership, the maintenance fund becomes a hot button too, because you think you bought it, and then all of a sudden, a few years down the road, you're adding more to your budget. So I thought it would be a great idea to raise the maintenance fund 100% privately in enough so that the interest can pay for the maintenance of the tracks. I thought that would be a good thing we can start working on because this is, I think in 2018, they're going to be building the trails. Be great. There's enough time. So many people have come to these meetings.
I just want to alert you that it's been over
Another
5
60
minutes.
seconds.
Okay.
So many people have shown so much energy towards this project. I had once said, Jim, let's pick a project and work on it. I am absolutely sure that this township could raise privately the maintenance fund for this purchase. So that was one of my ideas. And then I think that when I analyzed the projects, and I showed you the spreadsheet last week, it was a little light. I think that it was said one time they're going to raise $400,000. That's less than one lot on the rye field per the appraisal. So my suggestion would be it's still much less than the average, but to raise 10% of the net purchase price. After the public money that Elaine got raised, again, congratulations, that the private people that have come here for months and said they want Ardrossan should show a little more than one lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Is there any other public comment? Good evening, Hank.
Good evening. Hank Mahoney. Can you hear me all right? Yep. Hank Mahoney, 200 East Beech Tree Lane in Wayne. I am here not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the Radnor Conservancy, its board of directors, and its members. First of all, even though I'm a former commissioner, I'm not going to ask for any special benefits, so when we get to 5 minutes, just cut me off. First of all, I want to thank the board for taking as much time as you have to listen to everybody. The points of view have been widespread, but they've been discussed openly, frankly, and all ideas, I think, have been vetted very well by this board, and I thank you for the opportunity. Process. People in Radnor are sticklers for process, and I think people should know that this board has followed its process set forth in its open space guidelines. Specifically, in the site selection criteria based on the character of the parcel, your open space policy requires you to, for a potential acquisition, to consider 16 separate items. And if any one of them is favorable towards the acquisition, the board can act on it. In this particular case, 13 of the 16 criteria were met. And I'm not going to mention every single one, but just to mention a few: linkages to trails and greenway spaces, important environmental areas, on-site absorption of stormwater runoff, adjacent or contiguous to existing parks or public land, which this certainly is. The list goes on and on. So this property, certainly from a process standpoint, was vetted by the Open Space Committee and by this board, and I think you've made a very wise choice in going forward. You also followed your process with regard to the Phase 2 analysis. I believe that the numbers you have generated through staff, looked at by Carfact, indicate that you're being very conservative with your numbers. I understand what Brendan was, I'm sorry, Carl, keep thinking of your son. I understand what he was doing with the numbers so that people get a big picture, but it's also important to know that as you do with your house mortgage, you pay it as you go along. You don't pay it off all at once. So I think in terms of process, between following the open space guidelines and by the extensive meetings you've had, there certainly has been tremendous process here, and I think you're poised to make a very good decision. This property is, as many people have said, not merely an expense, but an investment. It's an investment in extremely valuable real estate. It's an investment in our way of life, our quality of life here in Radnor. We had come before you Li Huang from eConsult, who demonstrated that there are direct economic benefits to open space. Difficult to quantify, yes, but certainly are direct open space, direct benefits by the purchase of open space, not the least of which is that properties within a certain area around the open space purchase are going to go up in value. It's been demonstrated by the Radnor Trail. There's also benefits from stormwater management, which the Wheeler Field in particular is going to be helpful in, and environmental services. Maya von Rossum and Mr. Huang spoke very, very articulately about those particular benefits in the economic sphere. The referendum, the suggestion for a second referendum, which I was hoping had really just kind of gone away, and I really hope that it doesn't resurrect itself. Anybody who thinks that a referendum should be held to determine whether or not they should purchase this particular property, as I indicated before, really wasn't paying attention back in 2006 when 80% of the people in this township voted in favor of the township being allowed to float $20 million in bonds. anybody who didn't think that this was meant for Ardrossan really wasn't paying attention. I want to point out also that John Fisher's analysis, which he gave you last week with regard to a second referendum being a bad strategy, was an extremely well thought out and logical analysis of that situation. As he indicated, if this thing is put off, the signing of the agreement of sale is put off for a referendum, it's entirely possible that Mr. Scott will get his conditional use approval, and once he has that, he doesn't really need to sell the property to the township. He could change his mind, and he could develop the properties himself and put on those 3 particular parcels between 30 and 35 houses. He could sell it to another developer after he subdivides those particular parcels off. Then you lose the consistency of development. It's not a question of should this property be developed, the other portions of it. It's going to happen. And it's a matter of what is the best way to
Hank,
develop
I just want to
it.
alert you that it's been over
you.
5 minutes.
So I think, as one individual indicated earlier, if you want to see the real Armageddon that could result from a delay or possibly a loss of this particular developer, just go up to the corner of Goshen and 252 and see what is going on over there. And I appreciate everything Leslie said about they had a situation where they had smaller lots capable of being developed. Last point. There's a member on this board who has often said you've got to have a vision of the future. And I think that this board has the unique opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity, to purchase what I think is the most significant piece of open space since the purchase of the Willows. Please don't squander that opportunity. Just do it. The community is going to support you on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. Okay, do we have any other public comment on this issue? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Oh, one last comment.
Yes, just quickly. I'm Chet Harrington, and I live at 757 Newtown Road, which abuts the Ardrossan estate. I also represent a group of people called the Radnor Taxpayers Association, and I thank all of them for their involvement, because people should be heard, and their voices should be heard as regards to how they feel about purchasing the property of Ardrossan. I would like to ask the President, Madam, did you receive and have you read the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Radnor Taxpayers Association?
We did
Have you
receive
seen this
them.
document?
We did receive them.
Have you seen it? Thank you. And Mr. Rice, have you read it? Have you?
All the findings and fact and conclusions of law by all the parties were all distributed to each other. So we have the taxpayers.
Thank you.
We have the developers, and of course, we did our own.
Good. It's just nice to have the facts out, because we hear a lot of discussion about things that are not fact. They're emotions, and we all have emotions, and I have some about the property, and I love open land. I've been a great benefactor of having looked out on open land for the last 44 years in my property, and I hope to see it in the future. However, I wanted to be absolutely sure that this document was public, because it was sent to Mr. Bola, who represents the taxpayers, hired by the township commissioners. Is that correct? He's being paid by the township commissioners. And he will have a hearing comment, a conclusion to his the facts that he has heard as they have developed over the time. I haven't heard any reference this evening to his comments that may be forthcoming regarding his being your represent for hearings. So are we going to hear those, Madam President? Are we going to hear Mr. Bola's comments?
That is a separate issue. The development of the balance of the property is separate and apart from the 71 acres that we are considering purchasing.
No, wait a minute. Now, you hired him to be you're a representative
Well,
to the
what's-
township. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Harrington, the way it works, and Mr. Edelson, who's representing your group, can confirm this, is he was hired as an independent hearing officer in lieu of the Board of Commissioners hearing the case. So he has gotten all the findings of fact, conclusions of law. He has gotten and sat through all the witnesses, and he gets to judge the credibility of the witnesses, and then ultimately he's going to render a decision, which this board is not involved with. I mean, it'll be a decision that'll come out, it'll go to all the parties, including the commissioners, and then that'll be the conditional use, and that'll be it. So there's no discussion as part of the agreement. This is a separate ordinance dealing with the agreement
Do you
itself.
consider his comments relevant?
His comments?
Yes.
You mean his decision?
His decisions.
It's
Conditions?
It's going to be his decision, but, you know, he can make a determination. He could ignore everything that all of us submitted to him and come to his own conclusions.
Sure.
Yeah. But it's going to be the decision. Of course, it's relevant.
Do we have any idea about the timing of that information?
He has 45 days from the last night of testimony. I believe he said that he was going to attempt to issue that decision by the end of December.
Good.
But I think you mean, is it relevant to our decision tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not relevant to our decision tonight.
No.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that that information, as presented, would have some relevance. But in any case, I congratulate the members of the Township Commissioners for their listening to all of the taxpayers who came up here, some emotional, some with facts, some without facts. And thank you very much. I think Radnor is a wonderful place, and God bless. Have a happy holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Do we have any other public comment on this issue? All right, seeing none, I think we will move on to an opportunity for the commissioners to give comment about the positions that they are plan to take. Then I will give the staff an opportunity to make a statement if they'd like to, and then we will go ahead and vote.
I'm happy to start.
Sure, go right ahead.
First, I have a question for Bob. Bob, it's my understanding that, it's my understanding that someone from staff went through the guidance, which serves as a checklist for us, and it's also my understanding that you believe that you believe that that checklist is not complete. Is that accurate?
According to the land acquisition due diligence checklist, which was attachment B as part of the policy 21307, there's a number of items that are listed in here. As part of that, there are some of the items that are checked. There are a number of items, the items that have been completed is the written budget for all the cost to acquire the property, the written budget for the cost to carry and maintain the property, the written analysis of foregone tax revenue from existing use, the consequences to township if parcel is not developed, fiscal impact of the purchase on taxpayers, the review of the calculations by CARFAC, and a written purchase and sales agreement. Those have been completed. The complete appraisal type is in progress. We just retained those. And there are another whole host of items that have not been completed. But in speaking with the solicitor, these items are part of the phase 2. So, John, I'm not sure if you want to add any more to that.
Yeah, that's a checklist that goes with where we are at this point, assuming the board approves the ordinance, which is the agreement of sale. They're part of the due diligence prior to final acquisition.
Okay, so it's staff's opinion then at this point that the checklist is complete to the point at which it can be complete given where we are in the process?
I mean, my view, yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and then I have 2 comments about the process in general. So first is what we're voting on tonight. There was the use of the term the intangible benefit. And what we're voting on tonight is one method to produce that intangible benefit. It's not the only method. And it's the method that came out like the tip of the iceberg that we get to see and we vote on. But decisions were made years ago not to explore other methods. So please don't think that a rejection of this tonight is a rejection of the intangible benefits. It's a rejection, at least for those that would vote against it, it's a rejection of this method to get to that particular intangible benefit. So for me, I feel like I did look at this with the framework of somebody who is an advocate of open space. And I came to a conclusion that we're not getting enough intangible benefit for the amount of money that we're spending on this property. I think that the sort of things that we want to do, where we have great consistency in our township to do those things, I believe that this is not the best way for us to get to do those things. So on balance, I don't think that this is a prudent way for us to achieve the end that we're striving to achieve tonight. Thank you.
I'll go next. I hardly need to state that I'm an advocate for this purchase. I think it's clear to everyone that I have been a passionate supporter and proponent for the preservation of portions of Ardrossan for many years. However, there are 3 points that I'd like to make tonight, and I will try to be brief. First, I want to talk about our community's desire. And this community has had and shown a desire for decades, a solid and a long-standing desire to preserve our open spaces and to prevent overdevelopment when we can on our beautiful open spaces in general, and for this particular property as well. That was illustrated in 2006 when we did the bond referendum, and we had 80% of our community agree to take out $20 million worth of debt to preserve open space. And it has, again, been illustrated in the last 5 or 6 weeks. We have gone back to the community in the last 5 or 6 weeks to once again take the temperature of this community and confirm, is this still something that we feel strongly about? We have had 4 public meetings, which were very well attended, and 5 if you include this one. And we had hundreds of people come to these meetings. We had scores of people get up to this podium and give their opinion. And of those people that got up and spoke, 3 to 1, they were in favor of this, passionately in favor of this. So I have seen absolutely no evidence that the commitment and the solid support of preserving open space and preserving this parcel in particular has waned or has dissipated in any way. Instead, to the contrary, in the last 5 or 6 weeks, we have seen support and an underscoring of that support. So I truly believe that the desire of our community continues to be to preserve this open space. And I want to acknowledge that that is not everyone's opinion. We have seen that there is a very thoughtful and smart opposition who really, they don't agree. And I understand their arguments. I think they're good arguments. They're mostly based on finances, and they're valid. And I share some of those concerns as well. But it is very clearly the minority. And not to get too lofty about it, but in the way a democracy is supposed to work is that you respectfully take everyone's opinions, you incorporate their opinions, and then when it comes time to make your decision, you do what the majority of your community wants to do. But it takes nothing away from the opposition. I think that the opposition has been very thoughtful, has been respectful, and has made very excellent points. That opposition brings me to my second point, which is the finances. And, I just want to say that in Radnor, we are so fortunate. We are so lucky because it is so hard to preserve land here. Land is expensive here. But we had a board 2.5 decades ago, who understood that if we really wanted to preserve open space, we would have to cough up the money to do it. And they came up with a system, and they established our open space fund. And that open space fund has constant revenue every year that is earmarked for preserving open space. And that is how we've been able to preserve open space in the last 2 decades, and that is how we are going to be able to afford to do this without compromising our operational budget and having a minimal tax increase. So I wish we could get this land for free. I wish it wasn't so expensive. It is, but thankfully thanks to our forefathers on a board 2 decades ago, we can afford it. We do have a mechanism that will allow us to afford it. My third point that I'd like to make is that in all of our debate and discussion over the last 6 weeks and even before that, we talk a lot about the finances and the logistics and the practicalities of this. And I don't want it to get lost in that discussion, the magnitude and the importance of what we are deciding to do. We are establishing a 200+ acre park in our beautiful suburban area, just 13 miles outside of the city. That land will remain open space and undeveloped forever, and it will continue to provide a respite and a break from urbanization even as this entire region gets more and more developed, which it will, and gets more and more dense. This land will be cherished by generations to come, our grandchildren, their grandchildren, and to those it will be even more valuable because all of the land around it, and even in Radnor, will become more dense. And that is why I support this so strongly. I am looking at the long-term vision here, years, decades, many decades into the future. And this is a way to continue to keep the superior quality of life that we have in Radnor and make sure that that superior quality of life continues on despite the fact that there is now and there always will be incredibly intense development pressure to build in Radnor. And that is why I am so supportive of this. Thank you.
I will try to keep my comments brief, but as part of my comments, I'd like to make a motion for discussion purposes that we approve the purchase of parcel A, the Wheeler tract, and B, the quarry tract, but we strike the rye field. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, now I'll just talk about my rationale. I've been on the board for 6 years. I keep telling everyone how long I've been here. I am very happy to see the cost of this acquisition go down quite a bit. But I'm very sad to see the inevitable that we are not saving Ardrossan. We are saving a small portion of Ardrossan. I walked those fields several times over the last 6 years, and the original vision was to save all of it, or a good part of it. And we did work hard at that. We looked at many options with Eddie Scott. But, you know, we can't control everything that happens. It is private land. They have property rights. So I'll just give you my rationale. The Wheeler tract and the quarry tract are contiguous with existing parkland. And in my opinion, it's very high value. There's nothing better than to have a very large parcel of open space. And as this project has developed, it's becoming more and more clear that the rye field, even though we have an opportunity to preserve part of it, there's a good chance there'll be homes at the crest of that hill. And in my opinion, we're going to spend $5.65 million to protect land that will benefit those who own the homes at the top of the hill the most. We all benefit. We all will benefit from preserving that land. But boy, I would love to be the person buying one of those houses at the top if I know that all that grass down that hill will be protected and preserved and maintained at taxpayers' expense. I mean, that would, to me, would be just the most amazing deal of my life to have that. So I do support the acquisition of the open space of the Wheeler tract and the quarry tract. And I just want to make one or two more brief comments. The current open space funding is basically 1/4 of the transfer tax that we bring in. It's averaging about $600,000 per year. What I would like to see this board do in the next 12 months is make a commitment to that open space fund by not just using 1/4 of that transfer tax, but 1/2 of that transfer tax. And by doing so, we're not only as a board saying we want to preserve open space, but we're creating a mechanism to fund open space acquisition that's related to the transfer of property. So every time someone buys or sells property in this township, 0.5% of that transfer tax would be dedicated towards open space purchase. Why is this important? The current open space funding of $600,000 per year does not cover the total cost of this acquisition, and that fund is already tapped out. So we're going to have to borrow additional funds, and we'll have to take general fund money, and we'll have to raise taxes to do that. So maybe next year, if we're going to be serious about setting land aside and protecting land, let's be bold. Let's set a large portion of that transfer tax aside. I'm not going to be, naive and pretend that this isn't a tax increase if we do it. But the point is, we're earmarking dedicated revenue stream towards preservation of land. So I'd like to see that. My dream would be to get that to the full 1%, and then we can really set some land aside. And we won't have big discussions because the money will be sitting there in a coffer. So again, my point is, I support parcels A and B, the Wheeler tract, the Quarry tract, because they are contiguous to existing parkland. The Rye Field, again, in my opinion, look, it's beautiful land. I'd love to see it preserved, but when there's a row of houses across the top of it, it doesn't seem as valuable to me at that point. What I'm not seeing, and we've talked about it tonight, this Board of Commissioners has their hands tied in terms of the conditional approval of the land development because we've decided to buy the land. So we don't have a mechanism to negotiate both sides of the deal. It would be improper for us to negotiate both sides of this deal. But at the same time, we're missing the opportunity for deed restrictions, conservation easements, and raising private funds to help buy more open space. So, I think to Commissioner Curley's point, there's a construct at play here. It's not a bad one. It's a good one. We're going to preserve land. By the end of tonight, this board will vote to preserve land. But I would like to see us take some really bold steps next year to make sure that the next time we're preserving land, we're not going to be worried about the tax increase because the money will be sitting in a fund. That's my comment.
John, thanks for your couple of comments because you hit a few of the things I wanted to hit on myself. If it was just the two tracks, I'd be fine with it. The Rye Field, I think, is something that's money we're paying to the developer that's really enhancing the value of the land he's going to sell to others, and the value is accruing to him.
And could be preserved by zoning mechanisms.
So I think that's a bigger issue. I think people are passionate about this. I think, unfortunately, what happens when you're passionate about something is you don't always see the logic. So while people are discussing cases of beer, and I like my beer, they're neglecting to tell you that it's going to cost each and every one of you $1,700 out of pocket in one manner or another, and fully funded $3,200. Well, I'd like to have my own choice about that money. We were told, at least I was told, and John was here and some of the others were here, the Conservancy was going to raise $1 million. But there's been no pledge, nothing about the Conservancy raising money. And what I've been told is, we're not buying what the Conservancy was going to pay $1 million for. But then they also say 80% of the residents supported open space purchases. And specifically, it was targeted to this. Well, if you're not going to raise your $1 million because you're not buying, we're not buying what you're supposed to be paying for, then you can't use that same logic to say 80% of the people supported something because they supported something different in your own logic. Furthermore, if you look at the turnover in the township, by the time we financed this acquisition, over half the properties in the township will have turned over. So less than half the residents of the township at the time we issue these bonds will have voted in favor of it, between the people who voted against it, between the new residents, and the people who have stood here and said, I voted for it and I'd like a referendum. The thing that always comes back to me is, why are people afraid of a referendum? They're afraid of the outcome because we're not delivering on the promise. And that's why they're afraid of the referendum. The other part that is a little bit confusing to me now tonight is everybody complimented Carfax. It's a great report and call. You guys did a nice job. But here we are, comes out Friday, we're voting Monday. So how much analysis by this board, by the community, how much time and effort do they have to digest that report? Now, people said, some people criticized it, some people complimented it. But I don't believe something that came out Friday is really well digested by Monday. Again, I would support this if it was just the two tracks, but it's not the right deal for us, in my opinion.
I've been a supporter of this idea for what is it, 10 years, 12 years ago, we founded the Radnor Conservancy. Open space is very important to the quality of our life in Radnor and lends to the value of your individual properties. There's been a lot of interesting discussion. I've done all the numbers myself. What Carfax presented tonight was a beautiful summary, but there was nothing new in those numbers. They've all been out there. They were in the phase 2 that Bill White and Carfax prepared. So, and I did all the numbers myself. With regard to the top of the hill that we keep talking about, I worked with our township engineer, and we did sightline analysis. And that's why we actually picked up additional land at the top and a commitment from Mr. Scott to put in a 100-foot buffer at the top of the hill. So at most, we will see perhaps part of some of the roofs of houses that get built at the crest. As I said, I ran the numbers myself. I did it independently. I looked at the township's financial position, and quite frankly, we're in a much better position now than we were when the referendum went through. And for those that are suggesting that people didn't know about Ardrossan and people didn't know about a tax increase, I went into my files and found the proof for one of the postcards that was sent township-wide. One side of the card showed a breakdown of your tax dollars and how much your taxes were going up if the township borrowed $20 million, and there was reference to Ardrossan on that card. So it was always sold that way. It was always anticipated there would be a tax increase to pay for it. And here we are this many years later, and the price has gone down dramatically. I think the fact that it's based on a certified appraisal, and I have no concern about the next appraisal. If anything, I think the value is going to go up, and then we'll have to deal with that issue. And I'm not afraid of a referendum. I'm afraid of the effects of delaying and what it might do to the deal, not on whether the referendum is successful or unsuccessful. All in all, I want to thank the staff and Carfax. They've done a lot of tremendous work here. They've given people the opportunity to understand the full story. 20 years ago, when open space was purchased in this town, the folks sitting out there tonight had no idea of what it was costing them. Well, one thing we've done is put every card on the table. This is a fully informed decision. And as such, I'm happy to vote for this purchase.
Get the cough drop out of my mouth here. I'm going to vote for this, and there are 6 reasons why I'm going to do it. The first is, it's what my voters and the voters of the rest of the township want. I have no doubt whatsoever about that. It's not only what they want, it's my duty to effectuate what they want. And we start with, as has been mentioned, the 2006 referendum. That 80% number, it's not going to go away, it's there. If you had a referendum today, I am sure we would hit close to that number. The second reason is the opportunity this presents to us. I'm going to give the 5-6 reasons right off, and then I'll give the details. First of all are the voters. Second is the opportunity. Third is the alternative of not buying this. Fourth is the finances. And last is the risk reward. So getting back to the first item, the voters spoke. I have no doubt that if another referendum were held, we'd come in with very, very strong numbers. I have heard one person in the audience say that the majority of voters in the township are opposed to this. Where is he getting that information? It doesn't serve the process here to speak without 100% adherence to the truth. Opinion is one thing, but to misstate things is something else. The fact of the matter is, I've heard from, I'm going to use the number 5 people. I can only think of 2 actually, but let's just put in another 3 of people in my district, my ward, that are opposed to this. I guess I should count Leslie Morgan, so maybe that's 6. So the rest of them are either in favor of it or, well, I shouldn't say it that way. They're not coming forward. If they felt strongly about it, they would contact me and the other commissioners. The The opportunity, as Elaine has said, and George Amon, our former commissioner, said, this is a priceless opportunity. You don't get this opportunity more than once in a generation. When you think of how our country has evolved in development, we had cities, we've had suburbs, we have exurbia. Radnor is in the, I guess, the inner ring of suburbs, or maybe on the outer ring of the suburbs before exurbia. This is a jewel. This is a diamond that we can't. We're going to be developed all around it. As a friend of mine said, she's afraid that the world is being paved over. Well, this is one way we can draw the line, at least in our township, to keep that from happening. What's the alternative? Well, as Grace Ziesing and Mark Knight said so articulately in an email to me, we're going to end up with 25 to 35 homes on this property. And what will they look like? Well, there'll be 7 and 8 bedrooms, 4-car garages, a game room or entertainment room that's 800 square feet. Really? Do we want that? I think not. I think the alternative is to have this park that we can connect to the rest of our wonderful trails and parks in the township. And I should mention that the CARFAC people talked about this 0.53% foregone tax revenue if we make this acquisition and don't allow development. And they're not taking sides on the issue, and I respect that. But I think the economists also talk about avoided costs, don't they? When they put this category out there of foregone tax revenues, and we have avoided costs if we don't develop this property. What are those avoided costs? Cost of fire, cost of police, cost of rescue, sewers, stormwater management, roads and highways, and last of all, schools. All those costs are saved or avoided if we make this acquisition in lieu of allowing development. Now the risk and balance. Yes, the finances are there. We need to understand that. I'm glad that the CARFAC presentation included that high number of 23 million. I figured 18, 19 million, but they're throwing in operations and maintenance costs. But as Elaine pointed out, we're hoping to have our tenant farmer continue in residence, and he'll take care of the operations and maintenance. We'll have some operations and maintenance because we need to build trails and maintain them. But are we going to be able to pay for this? I don't have any doubt that we're going to be able to pay for this. We have a real estate transfer tax fund that is replenished annually with new sources. We have, of course, the 10 million in order to pay for this. We have the real estate transfer tax fund, and we are going to have to impose a tax. It's going to be 10 or 11 years. But I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. said that taxes are the price we pay for living in a civilized society. The lawyers or the historians in the audience can check me out. I think it was Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. In any event. That's where we are. That's where I am personally on taxes. I think when you balance the cost here and the benefit, that we come out positively on it. Lastly, I would like to thank people for leading the charge on this, and I mean the Radnor Conservancy in particular. Would it be inappropriate if we asked some of the members, or all the members of the Radnor Conservancy to stand up and take a bow? Well, we don't want to do it? Okay. I'd like to thank Commissioner Mahoney, too, that has advocated this acquisition for many, many years. He was my predecessor in this position. He's been a member of the Radnor Conservancy. He's made 2 excellent statements in support of it. And I would again ask my fellow commissioners to come around on this and make this vote unanimous. Let's not put our shoes on backwards and walk gloriously into the past, but let's look forward and keep Radnor great. Thank you.
Well, one of the most important things in my life is open space land. When I was a county commissioner, I fought the battle to get 37 acres on Baltimore Pike. I got $2.2 million in federal funding. None of you know it's there, but it's on Baltimore Pike, 37 acres, the Penza tract. Nobody in Delaware County knows it's there. It's not a motel or a hotel or an office building. It's just 37 acres of open space, and I could tell you that whole story. But when I come back from being a county commissioner, John Fisher and the soccer club here in Radnor were going to Tredyffrin to see if they could rent land for soccer, because there wasn't enough land available in Radnor Township. And they were putting 13 houses on the Forest property, Old St. David's, next to Old St. David's Church, and 20 houses on the corner of South Devon Avenue and Conestoga Road. Another 29 houses on Brook Farm. And in discussions with the members of the Third Ward, they came out to meetings and we decided that we would try and purchase those properties. So I came up with the idea of the real estate transfer tax, 0.25% increase, to fund open space, $10 million bond issue. And that tax has funded the bond issue. I lost Brook Farm, but we saved the corner of South Devon Avenue, Conestoga Road from 20 houses at a traffic light. And of course, the Forest property is a beautiful place for our kids to recreate here in Radnor Township. And I come from the most Republican ward in the township that should never elect a Democrat. But thank God for Ardrossan, I've got elected 6 times. Because every time I ran, I went to every door in the Third Ward. Everyone sitting here in the Third Ward, there's not one of them can stand up and say that I haven't come to their house and discussed my position on Ardrossan. It's every house in the Third Ward. They know how I stood on that issue to purchase that piece of property. To save those 2 pieces on the same side of the street, to create a 180-acre park, and hopefully whatever we can afford on the corner to save. I've had that solid position for 22 years. Everyone in the Third Ward has known it for 22 years, has voted for me in 6 elections. So it's an easy decision. It's something I'm in favor of. But the overwhelming majority of people in the Third Ward that I represent are in favor of, because I discussed it with each and every one of them. There are a lot of people that are against it in the Third Ward, and I've discussed it with them. But that's my position. I think it's important to save land for future generations. There's no more land. This is it. There's no going to be big discussions about open space acquisitions in Radnor Township. There's no land to buy. This is it. This is our last chance. And we have this opportunity. I just sold my house last year, and I paid $800, 1/8 of 1% into the open space fund. After 40, I finally had to put some money into the open space fund. Anyone that sold a house, you have put it in the open space fund. If you haven't, you didn't, and you've had the benefit of all this open space we purchased. But this is important for Radnor Township. The residents of Radnor Township know it's important, and I'm just so happy for the last 22 years for all the commissioners, because for this to move forward over the last 22 years, and we've discussed it that long, you always had to have 4 commissioners in favor of it. A lot of time I was the only Democrat. There were a lot of Republicans that supported this and moved it forward. Endless meetings, all kinds of ideas how to save this property, save as much as we can. But we can't afford to save the whole thing. We can only afford to save these 3 pieces. And the staff over the last 22 years and the work they've done the last couple years, the meetings with Eddie Scott and what it took to put this all together. But it's going to be great for the future. I'll never forget when I ran on the trail, they lined up Conestoga Road with signs, "Stop Spengler." My wife came home and said, "What are all those signs? Stop Spengler, no bike trail." I said, "They'll get over it." And they did get over it, and everybody loves the trail. And guess what? Future generations, they're going to look back and say, what a great thing was done. What a great Christmas present, New Year's present for the people of Radnor Township, and I'm very happy to vote yes on this acquisition.
Okay. So we've had comment from all of our commissioners. Is there any member of the staff who would like to make a comment?
Yes, Madam President. First, I'd like to thank and recognize the board for taking the time to have these public meetings, to allow input, discussion, and to take your time to be able to listen to these. I want to thank CARFAC for all their hard work and efforts that they put into this report and presentation. I know sometimes when you look at the numbers, you may not like them, but they are what they are, and I think they did a very good job. They put an extraordinary amount of time into this, especially under the time frame they worked under, and I just want to recognize them for a job well done. Also, too, I think they've been very instrumental in helping us since they've been established by this board, looking at the operations of the township, meeting with each of the departments during the budget time, asking the tough questions, justifying what we look at from expenditures, to the union contracts that we've just negotiated here, to make those changes, and they've played a very important role here in the township as another level of oversight. Also meeting with the independent auditors too, away from staff, away from the commissioners. I think those go a long way again towards credibility here in the township. I want to recognize the staff also, too. They put a lot of time in, a lot of late nights, weekends, evenings, holidays, being able to prepare the information, too, and they did a very good job in putting the information together. Just want to thank them. Lastly, would just like to ask the board to consider in 2014, as you look at this particular purchase here, to consider placing the entire purchase price on the tax rolls. It was something that was voted millage. It was put on there. I think in the long term, when we look at a volatile real estate market where you look at the real estate transfer tax, not always knowing that that revenue is going to be there at a continual rate, that is something should be looked at. I think Moody's would look very highly upon that. Second option to look at is considering short-term notes. With anticipated revenue here over the next few years, there may be the possibility that the township would not have to raise taxes whatsoever, and the potential is with short-term notes there could be the option to be able to pay this off. So I'd like to ask the board to look at that. And lastly, also too, I know Commissioner Fisher brought this up about the real estate transfer tax. There's a consideration that could be if you raise that, but also too, could be the potential of loss of revenue that goes to the general fund that we'd have to balance that. But also, too, is our parks that Commissioner Spengler talked about with the Radnor Trail and all of our parks, the long-term maintenance costs, repairs, and upgrades and updates that are going to be coming, those numbers are going to be big. Here's an opportunity, too, that if this is put on the tax rolls, this open space fund could be reallocated for park maintenance and improvements because, again, here's an opportunity, too, that we could do that. We know we've got the board has put in rec impact fees also, too. This discussion we had with CARFAC, and they also were looking at that, too, about the potential of possibly too much revenue in there. But that's something that I would like to ask on behalf of the staff, the administration, for the board to look at in 2014 as different options to consider funding this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Well, we can contemplate and discuss and debate those notions in the next year. But tonight, we have distinct issues in front of us to vote on. Is there any other staff member that wanted to make a comment? Okay, so we have two motions in front of us. I'm going to call a vote on the first one, or on the second one, which was John Fisher's motion. To remind you, it was to purchase parcels A and B and to omit parcel C from the agreement of sale. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. And those opposed say nay.
Nay.
And the motion fails 3-4. The other motion on the table is a motion to adopt the ordinance that approves the agreement of sale for 71 acres. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 4-3. Okay, well, let's move along to the next item on our agenda, which I believe falls under Finance and Audit, and that is with our Commissioner, Kevin Higgins.
You want to take 2 minutes of silence while they disperse?
Sure.
Good job, Eileen.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and try and keep this meeting moving. So if you could take your conversations out into the hallway so that we can continue, we'd be very grateful. Thank you.
All right, the first item on the agenda for finance is the adoption of the final and comprehensive budget for 2014 version 2, and it's ordinance 2013.
Excuse me, can you move outside? Thank you.
It's ordinance 2013-23. It calls for a tax millage rate in 2014 of 3.7511 mils, which is the same rate as this year, and a sewer charge of $5.90 per 1,000 gallons. Anything, Bob or Bill, you want to add?
Not at this time, unless there's questions.
Did you make a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All right, is there any commissioner comment or questions on the final budget?
Just want to thank all staff for their hard work, and Bob Zinkowski and Bill White and everyone that worked on this, because this is a really great budget. You pulled another rabbit out of the hat, so thank you.
Any other comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The vote is 6-0 with Commissioner Nagel out of the room.
Next item on the agenda is the adoption of ordinance 2013-24, the consolidated fee schedule for 2014. And Bill, did I interpret this correctly, that the items in blue changed from the last time we saw it?
Yes, that was one of the items that we worked on after it was introduced, was to go through and highlight the areas that were changing so that it was a little bit more obvious.
So this isn't changes from what we saw before, this is changes from the current year?
Yes, that's our understanding, yes.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Kevin, you weren't here, Kevin Kaczynski, you weren't here when we looked at this last time, and I made a comment that I just want to make again so that you can hear it. A few of the increases in fees that are in here, I had asked about. One in particular being an increase for when you install a fence. One was an accessory use. One was for a grading, a simple grading permit. And my concern then, and my continued concern, is these sort of fees that affect, land homeowners who are doing small projects, who are not making any sort of profit. They're not running any sort of business. They're not making any sort of profit. These are their homes that they're improving. I just want to make completely sure that we don't ever raise those fees unnecessarily, and that when we do raise those fees, it's completely based on our escalating costs and our need to cover what it costs to process these items. So I just wanted to, say that while you were here, and if you have any reaction to it.
Absolutely. One of the things, and we took a hard look at the numbers, and actually for 14, there is no increases in those. Those were the increases from 2012 to 2013. We held the line on those fees into 14. So there was actually no increase for the fences, the zoning permits, the grading permits from 13 into 14. We did look at some increases under community development for hearings. So where there was a continuation in the hearings, that there was a per meeting fee for that because the cost for continuing those hearings was far more than what the fees were. So those increases were modest and did not cover the full expense, but just offset a portion of that. So the numbers that you saw previously were the 2012 to 13, but there was no increase in those numbers from 13 to 14.
Great. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll also point out that in this version that we are voting on tonight, the tax certification fees have been removed. We had some discussion at the last meeting about them, and they're not in this fee schedule. As a result of that discussion, I think we had, is John Rice here? No. Well, we had we discovered that it is inappropriate to change those fees through a fee schedule, that we need to do it by a separate ordinance. So after we do this, I think there's an item that we'll discuss further how that should proceed. But I wanted to point out for those of you watching that it's not in this fee schedule. All right, is there any other commissioner comment on the fee schedule?
I just had, and I cannot find, I have a marked up copy at home. There was a change in the parking permit fee that I think might be difficult for residents, especially if you live in a dense neighborhood that's relying on parking permits. Unfortunately, I don't know what page it's on.
25.
Is it 25?
Twenty-four.
And I just want to make sure I understood. Yeah, that's parking, no, that's the fine.
Page 24, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yeah, for the residential permits, we're going from $10 to $25. This is a 250% increase. So, and keep in mind, a lot of people that are residents that have to buy these parking permit fees do so not because they want to park on the street, it's because they don't have a driveway and they don't really have much of a choice, or their driveway is too small. But am I understanding that fee is in fact for those parking permits? And it is, and I just want to,
Well, it says $10 residents, $25 non-residents.
no, that's this year,
Oh, and it's
and
going
then next year it's
25.75.
$25.75.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
I don't have a problem with the non-resident, but, if you think about a homeowner, I just want to make sure that, I assume this increase in fee was due to the administrative costs, the true administrative cost of administrating parking permits.
Commissioner, that was one that I initiated. I think a lot of this comes from, we have a number of student rentals in which students are parking their cars. It also makes it very difficult to maintain the neighborhood and the streets. Also, we have had a problem with students parking away from campus in some of our park areas as well. So it's something that if we want to be able to review this, next year we can do that. But this does pose a big impact on the way we maintain the roads, and also when we have campuses where it's more expensive for them to park on campus, so they find a neighborhood park to be able to place their vehicle. Our way is hopefully that this will be a deterrent.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I think I'll let it go tonight, but we can amend this by resolution. So we'll wait to hear. I think, in some ways, some of my residents may not disagree with it, because if it in fact makes it, reduces the non-residential parking, it would be helpful to them as well.
The number, Commissioner, has gone down. Originally, I talked to the police department about $250, and I think they correctly erased the zero, which put
Okay.
it down to 25.
I appreciate it, thanks.
Is there any other commissioner comment or questions? Any staff comment? Any public comment about the fee schedule?
Madam Chairman, this
Yes.
John Osborne, Treasurer. I have a few comments on item F there, on the cert fee for the treasurer.
We're not there yet. We're on E. That's next, John. We'll get to that
I
next.
thought it was being pulled.
No.
no, we're gonna
We'll
discuss
get to
that
that
next.
as soon as we pass the fee schedule. I
Oh,
said
I
that
see. Okay.
my statement before was that item had been taken out of the fee schedule for treatment later. All right, any other public, staff comment or public comment? All right, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The fee schedule is approved by a vote of 7-0. All right, now, Kevin?
Item F, I
Introduce
guess,
them.
John, you've done some research. Do you want to provide some background on the research you've done regarding item F?
Yeah, just on the issue of setting the cost of tax certifications, there's some history in the township. This was originally set back in '93 by ordinance, subsequently amended. I believe it's currently at $10, John, for tax certifications.
That's correct.
And Mr. Osborne had asked, I guess last meeting, to have that raised, which resulted in some discussion at that time, and there was also some further discussion about if it was raised, that some of that revenue, and I don't think the board was real clear, or John was real clear what the amount of revenue is that even comes in on that, but that some of that revenue ought to be used to defray the use of township staff in the tax collectors, in the treasurer's office. But it's unclear to me, and I think it's a little murky, whether or not the township can share in the tax certification fees themselves. And I think that there needs to be a better look at what that number is, what is that revenue as it comes in on an annual basis. Because I'm not sure either Bill or anyone in the finance office knows what that is. There is at least, I believe, one person that assists in that office, township employee. So I think there's a couple things that ought to happen. We need more information before the board takes any action. Whatever you decide to do, whether you raise it or leave it or lower it, or it's got to be done by ordinance. We're not ready to introduce an ordinance or even to draft an ordinance at this point. But I think township needs some more information. What numbers are we talking about? What is the magnitude of the revenue? And then the board can decide whether or not there's a need to defray some costs other than to remit the tax certification back to the township. It's not clear to me that that direct source of revenue is permissible under the tax collection law. So I'm suggesting that you table this and we come back with some more information in January.
That sounds like we need some more
May I
research.
say something on that before it's tabled?
Sure.
I'd like to withdraw my request for a $5 increase from $10 to $15. It was basically based on $10 being the lowest in the whole county, and 15 I thought would be reasonable. I've been the treasurer now and the tax collector for 9 years. That's the fee for at least slightly over 20 years. And that was the reason I made the request of Mr. Zinkowski, and he placed it in the fee schedule for the year. I find out from seeking information that that's not the way it's done, that it has to be done by February before a primary on any of the changes to the funds coming to the tax collector. It would be, it's not to be done after an election. It has to be done before an election. So basically, I'm saying that I'm withdrawing the request for the $15 and just continue as it has been, and then in February of, 18, you can make another, you can have an ordinance and make any changes you want to it. But it has to be done prior to the election.
John, just
When
to
it-
clarify, prior to the election of the treasurer, is that what you're saying? Not just any election?
Yes.
I think,
It's got to be done.
yeah, any compensation, if you
Prior
wanted
to
to
the
raise
election
it
of the
would
treasurer,
have,
not any upcoming election.
I'll support you guys for a raise, by the way.
That, John, so
Yeah,
I put down my glasses, I could see that.
I think there's a question. I understand what John's, what his suggestion. I think there's still a question as to what is compensation and what is not compensation. So compensation under your charter now is $26,000 annually. You set the tax cert by ordinance at different times, which I don't think lines up with the February 15th date. So there's things that township can do under the tax collection law, like providing a rent-free office, like paying postage. I'm not sure that's got to be done by February 15th, but the basic compensation rate, and it's one of the questions I think, whether John withdraws or not, you ought to have an answer to. So going forward, you know what all those issues are, and then you can decide in January whether or not you want to change the tax cert rate. But compensation is normally defined as whatever the tax collector or the treasurer is being paid by the taxing entity. And in this township, it's only the township that John collects taxes for, doesn't collect for the school district. And usually, the county, if the county's home rule, so it doesn't really apply with tax, but all the rates by all the taxing entities, he's correct, have to be set by February 15th of the year of the tax collector or the treasurer's election. Not
Right.
sure whether tax certification is in the definition of compensation under that act. So I think you need to clear that up.
Yeah.
And
I'd
you
like-
understand the costs of running the office.
I'd like to add that when I went into the primary back in May and the general election in November, it was with the idea that the compensation for this office would consist of the salary plus the cert fees. These cert fees are traditional all around the state. I mean, now after a lot of effort in running for this office and achieving it, the electorate.
Now, John, here's the problem for us, for me anyway. You're basically paid by ordinance.
Well-
$26,000 a year.
I don't
Okay?
want to get into all that.
No,
You
we
can
need,
do what you
we
want
need
to do.
we need to address some issues here, please. You have a salary. In addition to that, you have this other income from the process of certifying that a homeowner has paid his or her taxes to the township. And you're taking that money and you're keeping it. And you're not accounting for it. You're not accounting to the township for it. Now, why is that relevant? Why is that important? Because you're sitting in a township office, you're using township employees to help you, you're using this building, the resources in this building, all in furtherance of a private business. So what we want to do, at least what I want to do, is put all this out there so the public can see what's going on. In particular, our CARFAC organization, the committee, has asked questions about this, and they want an accounting. They want to know what's going on. They want to know how much you're making, how much time you're using, how much employee time you're tying up at the township. So what I think where we're headed on this, at least again me, is in January, I'd like to see us get this all out there so that we can look at it clearly. And then maybe we need an agreement whereby, sure, we'll supply you these services, we'll supply you these resources, but we're going to be compensated by you for it.
Well, I have no problem with getting out the facts. There's no problem there. For 9 years, this has been the way it's done. It's done based on the ordinance. You want to change things right now, and you want to change it to my economic disadvantage. I don't think there's any fairness there that you're pulling the plug on me after I win the election. I really don't think
Well,
that's fair.
you're a public
Jim.
servant.
Why don't we move forward
And these are public resources.
with the notion that we are going to research the,
I'm the lowest paid public servant in this building.
that.
Well, maybe that's a reflection on
we're
what your
going to go
duties are.
ahead
Maybe you
and-
don't have the duties to
Jim,
justify a
Jim,
higher.
Jim, enough.
Move the table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 All right, we're going to table, but we're going to move ahead with some research, and we're going to ask CARFAC to take a look at this, and in January, we will regroup and readdress it and see if there's some action to be taken. All right, Kevin, the next item under Finance and Audit?
Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2013-143, adopting the 2014 salary and wage schedule. And in summary, it calls for a 2.75% increase for the police department, 2.75% increase for the rate employees, and up to a 2.75% increase for each individual staff member, subject to their performance at the discretion of the township manager. And not stated in here is there is no raise for the township manager. Did I miss anything, Bob or Bill, important to summarize? So I make a motion to approve Resolution 2013-143.
Second?
All right, is there any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? Call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the salary schedule is approved by a vote of 7-0. Next, we'll move on to community development with Commissioner Curley.
Kevin Kachansky, do you want to make a presentation on this? I know you've made some changes to this.
I'll
How
give
do you
a,
recommend we proceed?
Correct. Well, I'm asking for an introduction, reintroduction of the ordinance. There's been some significant changes that have been made, but just to kind of highlight the history as to why this is back in front of you. As you're aware that this has been in front of you several times. It's been in front of the Planning Commission, the County Planning Commission, most recently in November. And as a result of that, and as a result of input from this board, the planning commissions, both township and county, and the property owners affected, we received a lot of comments, both pro and con for the ordinance. And we wanted to take another look at addressing those comments in a meaningful way without adversely impacting the intent of a transit-oriented mixed-use development. So that's why this is back in front of you, because we've done that to address those concerns that we've had. We're not going to address every concern, but this was to kind of come to an agreement or address those issues that were being raised in a meaningful way, but again, without impacting the true intent of the ordinance. I can highlight some of the major changes that have happened. As you recall, this ordinance was applicable to all properties in the PLO. That was 7 parcels. This has been scaled back to just 3 parcels. That's the 3 parcels that are on the eastern side of King of Prussia, between King of Prussia and the rail line. So instead of the 7, it's now 3. The board always has the option in the future, if this ordinance is adopted, to expand that out if it's found that the ordinance does work in addressing traffic mitigation and allowing density or development at reasonable densities. So that was the first major change that we had, that we reduced the number of parcels that this was applicable to. That's 145 King of Prussia, 175 King of Prussia, and 201 King of Prussia. The second change is there was a lot of concern that was being expressed about the township recreation and sports facility language that was in here. That subordinate use has been removed completely from the ordinance. So a recreational facility could not be developed under this must provision in the PLO district. There were some changes to setbacks as a result of removing the number of parcels. Setbacks no longer applied adjacent to school properties. Those properties aren't in there, so those setbacks came out. Some of the incentives that were part of the density bonus provisions, 2 particular were removed from the density bonus provisions and brought back in under the base ordinance. So what was previously an option for a developer are now mandatory requirements. Those 2 are establishing a car share program as well as providing electric car charging stations on the site. And one of the last major changes that we had on here was taking the base density of the ordinance. If you recall, the base density under the previous version was at 70% gross floor area. That's been reduced down to 50%. With then density bonuses to allow a developer to get from 50 to 70% if they meet all the alternative requirements, and then from 70 to 80%, again, if they meet all the alternative requirements to do that. So the ultimate density is still the same, but the base density is way down. In order to achieve that, we'd have to get the alternatives constructed. And those could vary from transportation, traffic, school district improvements, things along that nature. So those are the major changes that have happened in here. There have been subtle changes throughout to address the concerns, again, that were raised by this board, Township Planning Commission, the property owners, the 3 affected property owners. We received written comments, verbal comments. We've addressed those that we felt were the biggest concerns to address the density and traffic issues that were being put out there as the major issues with this ordinance. And that's what we're asking for, an introduction tonight and a hearing date in mid to late January for adoption if it is introduced.
So Kevin, is this document, are you the author of this document by and large?
The revised document, yes. Ultimately, there was the base document that had been presented by Biomed, who was the original authors, and we took a look at that back in September after the petition was accepted by the board to You authorized staff to then make modifications. We made those modifications. I think this is the second or third draft after that. As a result of going through, it was reintroduced back in November, again with some comments, and that's why we're here now. We went to the county. County had some very critical comments. We think we've addressed those comments in large part through the changes that are in front of you tonight, which then go to address some of the comments that we heard from Brandywine.
And why did you reduce the number of properties? What was the logic there?
Well, ultimately, the concern that we were hearing over and over again from a variety of different places and sources was that the density was too much, and that if this ordinance is built out on all 7 parcels, that's going to have a drastic impact on traffic. I didn't believe that that was accurate, but I don't know that there was going to be any convincing or coming to a meeting of the minds that the traffic analysis and the trip generation analysis that were prepared were going to be believed by all. So it was reduced in an attempt to say, I feel that the ordinance under the densities that we have in here is a good ordinance, and we can start small and see how it works out on 3 properties. If it works out as we have envisioned it, then there's always the opportunity for the commissioners to expand it out to include other parcels in a kind of a step-by-step process.
And what was the mechanism that you used to constrain the properties then? You can't just assign properties and say that it's acceptable on certain properties.
Correct. We looked at the relationship to the rail stations. The 3 properties that are now under this ordinance all share a common element in that they all have frontage immediately adjacent to a rail station, a regional rail station. Both 145 and 175 King of Prussia Road share the Norristown high-speed line access to that transit stop, and 201 King of Prussia is the other transit stop at the intersection with Radnor Chester. So you can access all of those without having to cross any roads.
And then my last question at least is, I didn't understand this last graph, this last table that you provided. It looks like an attempt to identify what I'm going to call the intensity. Can you explain that better? I just didn't understand. There was a lot of information, and it wasn't clear to me what it was communicating.
Absolutely. This is a revision from the previous chart that I had for the build-out of the entire district. What the previous chart had was the base density under existing zoning, what the applicant had, and then what staff's version were under the different scenarios. What I have done now is taken that, shrunk that so that it's an analysis, a build-out analysis under 3 different scenarios, and comparing that to the existing PLO. I basically took the biomeds ordinance out from this analysis because I don't think that that was going to go anywhere. That wasn't something that the commissioners seemed to look favorable upon as compared to staff's version. So this looks at the base density under current regulations, compares that to the base density of the must ordinance, the base density plus a density bonus provision at the 70% floor area ratio and at the 80% floor area ratio, and then what the achievable outcomes would be under each of those scenarios. And then I also then compared that to the existing PLO coverage. So where we had reductions, and I'll use the building coverage. Right now, there would be a decrease under this ordinance of 210,000 square feet of building coverage of this versus current PLO district regulations. Impervious coverage would be, in one scenario, 105,000 square feet less, and if the density bonus is enacted, 210,000 square feet less of impervious coverage. So, in essence, we're greening up by allowing densities higher and going up, which I believe is appropriate for a transit orient, is to go up and not out. And if we're going to allow increase in density, that we also require them to shrink their footprint.
No, but that would have a corresponding increase in traffic, correct? Because while it's a reduction in footprint, it's an increase in intensity of the site.
Yes and no. When there are mixed uses, you have alternate or different demands for traffic at different peak hours. So that's where the preservation of the intent of a mixed-use ordinance is what I wanted, why I wanted to keep it in, so that you are, by requiring a mixed use, an all-office complex is going to generate much more traffic than an office, retail, residential unit would. And we had that analysis that was done previously under the full build-out analysis, and I think it showed on average 1 trip per parcel per minute an increase if all 7 parcels were built out at the maximum density.
So Kevin, two comments, or I guess more than two. You got to get this right. I mean, you talked about expansion, but once it's approved and once they build, you can't undo this. And there's a whole bunch of things in here that I've articulated my opinion as to what concerns me greatly. They shouldn't be getting a bonus for density. The bonus is you get a must, but you have to address the parking and the traffic. And I just, I'm looking at this on page 12, and it says improvements to intersections with existing levels of service A, B, and C shall be designed to operate at level C or better. It's basically an admission that service levels of A and B are going to go down to a C. Then you get to the next one. It says improvements to intersections with existing levels D, E, or F shall be designed to operate with no more than 10 seconds of additional delay. Again, it's an admission that the traffic's going to get worse. We talk about encourage, we talk about mitigate, but we don't ever use the word require, mandate, eliminate. And then the last comment, again, I think this is just premature to move this forward, but I know you know what this says, but I don't know that anybody else has sat here and read clearly what the Delaware Planning Commission says. So it says, it is admirable that the township wants to increase public transit usage to permit a mixed-use development scheme at increased building densities within proximity to public transit. However, it is questionable as to whether the proposed petition will result in significant increases in public transit ridership to reduce automobile commuting and the resulting traffic congestion. The more we build, if we give them the parking, they're going to use it. You got to get rid of the parking. That's the only way you're going to solve the problem.
And what we had in the ordinance to address that specific concern is a maximum cap on the amount of parking. That was something that Delaware County did not comment on. There were comments from the Director of Transportation from the county that has reviewed this ordinance, was extremely supportive of it. His comments were not included in the review. I specifically asked the plan reviewer why, and he said that he didn't agree with the comments, so he did not include those in the review. He's not the director or the manager of transportation, but it was his personal feelings. So I can let Amy discuss more on the traffic issues, particularly the density bonuses, but under a base ordinance, you cannot require off-site traffic mitigation outside of the parameters of the ordinance. Through the density bonus provision, we can start looking at intersections that are going to be affected, that would be affected under any by right density scenario that we would not have any bite of the apple to address. This ordinance allows us to address that.
But they don't want to build the by right for probably a reason that it's not going to work economically for them. That's why they want this changed. It's an economic decision, because otherwise they wouldn't be here talking to us.
Commissioner, if I may, just, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that actually by right, under the current plan when it was fully occupied, traffic was so bad they actually had to use police officers that took care of the issue that was paid by the company there. So I'm sure you probably remember that. So it was actually that bad that actually we paid police officers. The company actually did that to help mitigate traffic, which resolved the issue. So under by right, that's what I believe, under that current scenario, it was so heavily dense and populated that you actually had to hire police officers to come in and actually handle that. So I think based on what Kevin's talking about, going into this actually should, to my understanding, help reduce traffic.
Under a by right scenario, the applicant is entitled to just over 475,000 square feet of office. Under this scenario, utilizing the 2 highest trip generators from a use standpoint of office and retail, the base density for that would be 322,000, just under 323,000 square feet of floor area, without any significant improvements to the road network. If they go up 1 density bonus to a 70% floor area ratio, it's still 452,000, 135,000 square feet, which is still less than what they could do by right. It's not until you get up into the multiple density bonuses that you get above the combined, again, office and retail versus what could be all office at $513,000. So this ordinance addresses those issues and allows increases in density, as well as requiring a property owner to make significant improvements so that the transportation issues are addressed in a meaningful way that we couldn't otherwise get as a by right development. You could get 475,000 square feet of office and not have the developer put 1 penny towards traffic improvements outside of their site.
They won't build the by right.
So this is my sense of what, I still think that we're approaching this incorrectly at times. We're getting into the particulars too fast, and I think we need to decide if generally this is what we want. I mean, I know I can't support this tonight because there's just too much information that was hard to understand. I don't mean that it was done incorrectly, I just mean that it's very complex and it requires a significant amount of thought. I'm willing to give consideration to those things, but I have a lot of concerns that at this point are unaddressed. So I don't know if you want to, someone wants to introduce it, then I'll express my concerns. I don't know if you want to have this conversation individually where we just try to learn more about it.
I just have a couple questions about.
Can I get a sense though? I mean, that wasn't a.
Well, I want to.
I wanted a real answer to the question. It wasn't just.
First of all, Kevin, thank you for all your work on this. It's in a much better place than it was, I think, a year ago. My only concern right now is process. And normally, when the Board of Commissioners on the MPC, when we're introducing an ordinance for zoning, it assumes, when it's the second iteration, it assumes that we've seen the written comments from both the planning commissions, the current comments from the planning commissions. And what we have right now are the prior comments from the planning commission. You have attended and responded to their comments, but this board under MPC, really the whole mechanism that we have here is to send it to planning so that they can give us their independent consideration and comments. And the only concern I have is I don't have those comments right now. Now, in absence of that, I might be willing to introduce it, but I have to recognize that if I want to change, if I want to amend what we've introduced, we're basically starting over again. And to me, at least for me personally, it would be so much cleaner if we had those written comments from both the planning commissions in this introduction so that we could honestly just introduce it and say, look, we see those comments, we agree or we disagree with those comments, and if we disagree, here are the changes we'd like to make in the introduction, because that's what we're supposed to do, make the changes in the introduction, and then the process really is well-defined, and it does get, in fact, get adopted. Now, Kevin, am I misstating this? I mean, this is the way I've been doing it for 6 years, so.
Commissioner, maybe if I can, just to add to Kevin's. All this is an introduction tonight, will be shipped back to the Planning Commission and shipped to Delaware County for their review again and comments, which will then have to come back to the Board of Commissioners again.
No, and I fully understand that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is if we had the benefit right now of their comments from their meetings that they just held, you know, November 27th was the Planning Commission meeting. If I had those written comments tonight, we would have the opportunity to make changes. This board would have opportunity to recommend changes to the code before we introduce it as part of the introduction, and that would mean it could sail through. But now what we're looking at is waiting to get those final comments. Then we have to deliberate whether or not we want to change anything. And if we do change anything, the whole process starts over again. It goes back to planning again, back for review, and then it comes back to us again. So,
Commissioner, I believe we did forward from Peter Nelson, who's the representative of the Planning Commission, which we did forward those out to the commissioners.
But I don't, did we
that's
get
right.
the Delaware County planning comments?
You have Delaware County's planning comments on the prior version.
And that's my
yes.
point, yeah.
But
So-
the county hasn't issued comments on this latest version. Once this is introduced, we will be able to get those comments. Prior to it coming back in front of you again.
But that's not the process.
So,
The process should be, excuse me, the process should be that if they've heard if they've reviewed this document, they should be giving us written comments. So I'm confused. They held meetings, they deliberated, they had ideas and concepts, but I don't see those written comments. So
They tabled, I believe. Didn't they
The
table?
Township Planning Commission has tabled this since September. I think it's.
Township,
yep.
the county.
The county has not reviewed this draft in front of you. If you introduce it, they will.
They will,
Yeah.
okay. All right, well, then,
They have not held a meeting yet where this has been reviewed. They did review at their November meeting.
thank you. All
So
right. I
that is something that we are
misunderstood.
waiting
I
on.
was under the impression that they had.
No.
And they had.
Right,
okay.
so, John, you might be right, but my sense is that that's backwards, that what we're doing is, this process that we're using, we get into the particulars and we come out with this very detail-oriented ordinance, and then we send it through planning, and it takes 4 or 5 iterations, because we should be deciding, we should be giving general guidance, and then they craft ordinances that reflect our general guidance. So what I think we need to do is, I think we need to go backwards and find out if we support this general concept, and then I need more time to figure out whether this satisfies the general concerns that I have.
From an general overview, the board, by majority vote, was supportive of the last version. This is the same ordinance, just it's applicable to less properties, and ultimately would get more improvements from a developer that would utilize this. The concept of the ordinance has not changed. It's been scaled back slightly so that it applies to fewer parcels. The concept is still the same. It's a mixed-use development. The percentages that we had in there for the different mixes of uses is all the same. The density bonus provisions and how you get the density bonuses, that has not changed. There's been some provisions where the improvements that a developer would have to do under a density bonus scenario have been pulled out and brought into the base ordinance, but they're all pluses from a township standpoint. So the ordinance has shrunk from area as to what it's applicable to, and has put really more onus on a property owner wanting to develop under this, as far as making improvements under the base ordinance versus a density bonus provisions. So the concept itself has not changed.
Okay, I'd like to weigh in here. I support introducing this tonight. I think that the changes that have been made are substantive and excellent and very reflective of the input that our staff has received in the many planning commission meetings and from the landowners who have been involved and commented. This is a complex piece of litigation. It has gone through a lot of iterations over a very long period of time. And I feel very familiar with what's in here from watching hours and hours and hours of deliberation and comment from our planning commission about the details of this. I do think, though, we need to take a step back and think, I still now, a year and a half, 2 years later, hear from some residents and even from planning commission members, why are we doing this? Why are we giving these people, this corporation, so much density? And it's something that we have to always keep in mind, why we're doing this exercise. And in my opinion, we are faced with a situation where we have a very substantial landowner who owns a very substantial piece of land and can, by right, and actually has been approved by right, to build 470-something square feet of office space with no obligation for traffic mitigation. Office space is the worst traffic to have. And without traffic mitigation, that's not a scenario we want. It's not a scenario we welcome. So what do we do about it? Well, we work with this landowner and we try to come up with a zoning scenario for like properties that are transit-oriented, that are on transit lines, that will set up a stage where we can better control and incentivize the type of traffic that's going to come in. And that is where this is heading, so that even if there is an equal amount of density in terms of square footage, it's not all going to be office. And even if the office does, the square footage of the office does get up there in frightening numbers, well, with a must conditional use process, now we as a township have the opportunity to require off-site mitigation for traffic. And that is the direction we're heading in. That's the direction this is going. That is why I am so pleased with the changes that have been made, especially reducing the base density to 50% from 70%, because I do believe that the key here is, if we're going to have density, office density in particular, on this location, which we're going to have, by right, it would be a nightmare, we need to find a way to control it with required off-site mitigation. And my guidance to Planning Commission in sending this back down would be to really thoroughly pick that apart, analyze, and be assured that the scheme that we have set up here is going to ensure that when a landowner, and Biomed in particular, comes forward in front of us to get the 50 to the 70 to the 80, that we are in a position where we can make sure that the off-site mitigation is going to ameliorate what could have been a very bad situation if they had just developed by right, which they can and could. And then I have one other comment to make, and that is about the reason for drawing in the radius. And that is one of the improvements in this latest version that I feel very strongly about. I think I've made that clear since a year and a half ago, that a transit-oriented ordinance should be truly transit-oriented. What that means is that you are drawing legislation that is going to encourage people to take the train and walk to work, leave from work and walk to the train, not bring their cars. If you have that 1,000, 2,000 feet, and that's your radius, that's not transit-oriented development. People don't walk that far. And it is now drawn in a way, in my opinion, that it is true transit-oriented development. You could expect people to walk this distance without a shuttle, even when it's cold. And that is one of the things that I think is very strong about this ordinance, and I'm thrilled to see it in the new version. So the long and the short of it is that I feel, I guess Don and I disagree on this, I feel very familiar with what's in this ordinance. I've followed it very closely all along, and I feel quite confident in introducing it tonight, sending it back to planning. But I do think that if anybody here would like to give some guidance on things that they'd really like planning to opine on, that now is the time to do it. And I'll say it one more time, what I need them to opine on and what I want to hear from them on is our ability to mitigate, to require the mitigation of traffic in big ticket items. These are going to be big ticket items, things that'll need to be fixed in those roads and on those, with those overpasses, if this type of density is to come into our township. And I welcome the redevelopment of this property. I welcome beautiful Class A office space here, but we have to be darn sure that our infrastructure can support it, and if it can't, we have to be darn sure that we are in the position to require that it's changed so that we can support it. So that's my opinion on it.
I think when you think about this, the proximity to the Norristown high-speed line for certain buildings may make it walkable, but I think people will not walk from the R5 stop up to the Biomed stop. And my fundamental concern is the traffic. And the way you make people take mass transit is you don't give them parking. And that's what you got to address, Cal.
All right, I'd like to move the introduction.
I'll second it.
I do want to address my substantive concerns then, since my previous ones were procedural. So first, generally, I'm supportive of the idea of mixed use, new uses, and flexibility with the idea of changing the distribution of the traffic pattern. So that's good, and I applaud this effort. I'm willing to trade footprint for height in this. I think consistent with this ordinance, I think that's a rational thing to do. And then I certainly am supportive of all the alternatives to the vehicle. The problems as I see it, first, and this is probably the biggest thing, and this would be, Elaine said the thing she wanted the Planning Commission to look at. This is the thing I would say is the highest priority. In this sort of development, to me, the solution is often as bad as the problem. I don't know that we want big wide turning lanes and concrete medians, in it's right through the center of our town, for the center of our town to look like King of Prussia Mall. I know I don't want that. I'd be surprised if we want that as a community. And when we write ordinances like this, and we just say traffic improvement, my concern is we're going to get what the traffic engineers and what PennDOT call an improvement, and that's not necessarily what the community calls an improvement. So that's my biggest concern, the vagueness and the complexity of it combined to be problematic. I have some other concerns. I'm still troubled by what I'm calling the anti-family element of the housing component. Philosophically, if our forefathers had written ordinances to keep us out of public education, most of us wouldn't be here. So I think that's problematic. From a practical perspective, granted it's small, but there are examples of communities that did things like this, and they saw support for their public schools decline as a result of it because they increased the number of people who weren't using the schools. So I think that's a real concern that we have to think about. And lastly, planning in general, there was a time where planners were trying to segregate people by race and ethnicity. They recognized that that was a problem. Now that movement is to segregate people by age. I think a lot of people, it's not yet accepted that that's a problem, but in my opinion, that's a problem. I think that future generations will see this movement to put all the old people in one place and all the families in another place as problematic. One of the lessons of planning is that the good communities are built by the diversity of the people. And in this, what we're doing is our desire to make this favorable from a tax perspective is causing us to make it unfavorable from a social perspective. And I think we've got the orientation backwards. We should pick an ordinance, and if we like it, if it supports our tax requirements, then we support it. But I think it's backwards to write the ordinance to favor a positive tax outcome if it has a negative social outcome. And then my last concern is the effectiveness. It's apparently a concern shared by the Delaware County Planning Commission. Kevin read that. That these things this is a risk. It's probably a risk worth taking, and I want to be part of it because it's very progressive. But we have to be very careful. These mechanisms for inducing public transit have a difficult fight. They're not demonstrated to be effective, and we're taking a big risk if we invite more traffic and more intensity and we don't see the mitigation that we want. So all in, I have a lot of concerns. I think it's premature to support it tonight, but if it is supported, then those are the concerns I addressed are the ones that I would like the Planning Commission to address.
Okay, do we have any other commissioner comments?
Yeah, just a couple comments. My biggest concern is, in fact, the same as Kevin's, I think, in terms of traffic. Kevin Kuchansky's done a wonderful job, I think, at fine-tuning this. There are a lot of provisions in here that actually do reduce the parking. It allows for shared parking, and it does create things like parking spaces for bicycles and charging station for electric vehicles and whatnot. But again, I think from my point of view, traffic engineers do a great job. But they kind of give you the guidance, and then 20 years later, when I'm stuck in a traffic jam on Lancaster Avenue, a traffic engineer said that wasn't going to happen. So, with all due respect, and speaking as an engineer, you really can't see the future. So it takes me 12 minutes to get from Lansdale to the Mid-County tolls, and another 3 or 4 minutes to get from there to Radnor. And then it takes me equal amount of time to get from the exit ramp to my home, which is 1.5 miles. So there's something wrong. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm an electrical engineer. I drive quite a bit, and it shouldn't take me just as much time to get from the exit ramp of the Blue Route to my home 1.5 miles away as it takes me to drive all the way from Lansdale. So there's something wrong. The Blue Route's backing up, of course, now. But how long before, when this development goes in, that we're just stuck? And, the traffic engineers will go off, work somewhere else, and we will be stuck with the traffic. So, it's hard for me to believe that we can add all these new uses here and not feel some impact. I know we're going to widen the roads where we can. We're going to add new signals. We're going to set the timing. We've been working on the signal timing in the township for about 6 years now. We've had the state retime the lights on Lancaster Avenue. They've spent $2.5 million to time the lights on Lancaster Avenue. And for the last 5 years, we've spent about $100,000 retiming the lights on Lancaster Avenue. But you know what? No matter how you time the lights on Lancaster Avenue, there's just too many cars. So I'm not going to support this right now because I think we need to see, to Kevin's point, maybe some more further reduction in parking to further drive mass transit use for this TOD development. So they're just my only thoughts right now. Thanks. And I'm sorry if I offended any traffic engineers and the like. You can say whatever you want about electrical engineers.
Is there any other commissioner comment?
Yes, I have just a couple of real small things. I don't see how you can, we're married to the automobile in this country, this world. I don't see how you can force people to take mass transit simply by reducing the number of parking places. If you do that, you're going to lose employees and you're going to lose tenants. And then where is the developer, where is the owner going to be? So I'm not in favor of using a machete to cut parking back to some unreasonable level. The only other thing I had is there, I know we talked today on the phone, Kevin, today, green roofs, are they embodied on page 14 of the clean version where we have LEED certification?
I believe that there was a separate provision, and thank you for highlighting that this ordinance and a lot of the alternatives, I know that came up in some of the comments from the county and from our Township Planning Commission, that the alternatives are not all traffic related, and that's correct. There's things in here, LEED certification, green roofs. I'm looking now, as you mentioned, to see specifically where that is at. Yes, it's a comment subsection 10 under alternatives too for green roof technology. This ordinance took a holistic approach to making improvements to the township, not just dealing with transportation. We reduced the square footage or the footprint of the buildings. We reduced the impervious coverage, put things in such as LEED certification, alternative energy technologies, all things that are good for the environment that aren't necessarily related to traffic, but are good things to incorporate and have as part of your ordinance. So to try to imply that they're not traffic related and that they should be, I think is short-sighted. That we have an opportunity to get significant traffic improvements and make transportation improvements throughout the township as part of this, as well as get other improvements to the township to address some of the concerns that we're currently facing. And stormwaters next to traffic is probably the biggest issue that the township is facing. So that is still in there, and we again took a more holistic approach to this ordinance.
Okay, any other commissioner comment?
My comments I gave to Kevin, and they've been pretty much incorporated. The biggest problem I think we're overlooking is the current existing zoning is no good. It was bad from day one. And for example, is clearly demonstrated by the amount of traffic today under that. I mean, Brandywine's done a fabulous job. When they bought these properties, the use was down, what, 40% or something? And now they're up 95%. So just them doing a good job has made a bad situation worse. And that's because the underlying zoning itself is bad. So at this point, all we're really trying to do is put some lipstick on the pig. We're just trying to figure a way to make this bad situation better. And I think that's what the must does. It also acknowledges the changes in business and changes the way things get changed. You never heard of mixed use, even though we really did have it in the cities. But office parks didn't have, you know, the restaurants right there and the hotels right there and apartments so people could live right there. So what we're doing is actually modernizing our code. So I'm ready to introduce this.
Okay, any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment?
Good evening, George Brosman, representing Brandywine Realty Investment Trust. We were here, I think it was on November 11th, where the ordinance was again reintroduced, was another version of changes. The Township Planning Commission very quickly held a special meeting on that on November 27th, which was the day before Thanksgiving. They met in the afternoon. They spent about 3.5 hours working exclusively on this, and we participated in that. They did not finish, as you might expect, 3.5 hours of time, and they were set to have another special meeting the week later, and that was canceled. I understand they were planning on taking it back up in January. I'm not sure why the meeting was canceled, but it just seems to us that when we were here in November, we heard that we're going to let the Planning Commission do their work on this, and then we'll take it up again. And for some reason, the Planning Commission process has been interrupted. Like I said, I don't know if they were halfway through or what. But now, if you introduce this, you're going to be saying to them, we'll start over, which I guess is fine, but it just seems like their continuity is broken. And I'm not sure of the purpose to reintroduce at this time without waiting for the comments from the last go-round. It's my understanding that it is on the County Planning Commission agenda, the new version, whether you reintroduce or not. I think that's scheduled for this coming Thursday, and they're going to take that up. So I'm not sure if you're going to go ahead and reintroduce it, which I understand would just mean you're telling the Planning Commission, stop looking at the other version, now look at this. I guess they can do that. I guess it's your prerogative to do that. What we would ask is not that any hearing be scheduled yet, especially in January, has been requested because we feel that'll put undue pressure on them to rush through this. I just wanted to hit a few points. I don't want to get into the details of it. We've been really working with the Planning Commission. We've submitted specific comments as we've been asked to do, but just a few notes I took on some comments that were made. One, we don't agree that the by right plan for Biomed is 475,000 square feet. Our view of those files is that there is something approved, but a very large part of that is for laboratory space, which does not have the traffic characteristics of office. And there was a determination made about whether it could be all office, and that determination is on appeal to the Zoning Hearing Board, and that's coming up this week for a hearing. Our biggest point on this has been we think the ordinance is a bit of a misnomer. We're talking about a bonus. We think the whole ordinance is a bonus. So whether you're talking 50% base density, which we think is obviously a move in the right direction, we applaud going from the 70 down to the 50, but we still think more work is done. But that's a whole bonus in and of itself, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. And there is no mitigation for doing that. We have proposed a way that we think mitigation could be done with a yield plan. We've provided the specific language for that. With regard to it being a big bonus, and I'm not just singling out the one property, but if you look at Biomed, one of the points we've brought up is that the definition of total site area, when you apply it to the Biomed property, they're going to be counting almost 8 acres of land that's Blue Route right-of-way. That's going to be their total site area, and that's the number that you're going to take 50% of. but you can't build on the Blue Route right-of-way area, obviously, so you're importing or transferring theoretical development rights from something that's undevelopable, and you're going to be putting it all on the 18 acres. So 50% really becomes almost 70% by my calculations that they'd really be doing on the 18 acres.
George, I don't understand. How could they claim the right to build on the Blue Route?
They're not claiming the right to build on the Blue Route.
Measuring the total site area.
The total site area just says everything that's in the deed, and it's our understanding. I asked a question at one of the Planning Commission meetings of the Biomed people, what is your total site area? We were just trying to confirm our calculations, and I was shocked to hear the answer. They said about 28 acres. And I pulled out the plan from the zoning hearing, and I had a plan that said 18 acres. And I said, where'd the other acreage come from? And we did a title report, and we were able to figure out later that it came from the area in the Blue Route right-of-way.
Doesn't everybody that develops a residential property able to use the township right away to measure everything?
And
No.
that's not exclusive to just residential properties.
Yeah.
The way the code has been interpreted by the zoning hearing board and the way it's been enforced intermittently in the past and most recently very consistently is that the area of the lot within the right-of-way is part of this site area. That is the way it's been done for the last year and a half since zoning hearing board has given their opinion on that. It's consistent with the way the ordinance has been enforced, that George's own clients have taken advantage of this. Brandywine has taken advantage of it. It's no different in the current proposed ordinance than what we're currently utilizing now under existing regulations. So there's no difference.
That zoning decision was a specific case, and I don't want to get into the merits of it here. I think this is a unique situation. You're doing special zoning, and do you want to do it the same when there's a property that has 8 acres of land that's part of the Blue Route right-of-way? That's different than a typical street where there's a little bit of land out in the middle of the street. We're talking 8 acres here. If you apply 50% of 8 acres, that's giving them another, another 172,000 square feet at the 50%. And if you bump it up to 80%, that's another 103,000. You're up to 275,000 feet, just running off of those Blue Route numbers. So that was a point I wanted to mention.
But they own the land and pay taxes on it, right?
I don't think you're paying taxes on the Blue Route right away.
Is it one parcel?
I don't know.
All right.
But we understand your point on
Yeah,
that,
we
so
got
let's
So,
move on.
yeah, I'd like to move on. There is no mitigation, as I said, for this 50%. We don't think there's strong mitigation even for the bonuses of 70 to 80%. We have given specific ways to do real mitigation through the development of a yield plan. We've given the specific language on that. And we've also provided, we believe, a reasonable way to control parking. What we've said is we've heard in the presentations that the traffic that is estimated from these things is assuming a reduction, a large reduction of trip generation based on the amount of transit usage that is projected. We don't think that amount of transit usage is realistic.
That's false. It's not a large amount of transit. The transit that
It's our
could be,
opinion that we believe it's large.
I'm sorry, the way you're stating it makes it appear to be a fact, and it's not a fact.
It's my opinion that it's large.
Okay, and you're a traffic engineer?
Excuse me. I'd like to
I think
continue.
we'll let this gentleman finish his comments, and then if staff has comments afterwards.
We believe it's a large amount, and what we have proposed simply is to say, if you're going to take that amount of reduction, then reduce that amount of parking, because you shouldn't need that amount of parking if you're not going to have those amount of trips. So that was one practical way we said that you could balance that. We thought that was reasonable. Again, specific language that we provided. But those were my bullet
George,
points.
your client would benefit from this ordinance, would they not? So if you're taking a position that this is too much leniency and too much liberal treatment for biomed, but you'd be getting the same leniency and the same flexibility.
For that one property? you
For the
mean?
one property, yeah.
Yeah, and I think my client has made made the decision, at least at this point, that the harm that would come from allowing this much more density without, in their view, proper traffic mitigation is not worth it. That it will be a overall negative to their other properties as well as the property here. They're not against the redevelopment. We've said that. They're not against the mixed use. We've said consistently, and we've given specific examples, we're looking for traffic mitigation here. And we've given specifics of how to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Is there other public comment?
Yes, there is. All right, I've never asked for this before, but can I get the...
They'll do it, they'll do it.
Leslie's taking great advantage of this. Okay, that's good, right there. Beautiful. All right.
Mike,
The area that
Mike,
we're talking
Mike,
about-
Mike.
Rich Booker, Belrose Lane.
But you got to use the mic.
Yeah, I think the area that we're talking about here that is in the right-of-way is not particularly clear, and I've asked the biomed guys there as well, but it's generally this area right here. And it comes to, as George alluded to, about 8 acres. You can see that this is the blue route right here, and this is the off-ramp. But the area that they're including within the ordinance that would provide for additional density in the numbers that were discussed is due to this right-of-way. I did take a look at the tax parcels here for this right-of-way. There's no tax parcel. I don't think that there is a tax bill that's been paid on that right-of-way property. There certainly is not a folio or a map that is published by the county. And I don't know if George has it, but who, you don't know what entity owns the, well, I would like to know what entity or what name, who has title to that right-of-way property. If nothing else, they should be the same title holder. If you're going to include it in the right-of-way in the amount of space used to calculate the density, it should be the same ownership, not even common ownership, and it shouldn't be separate entities. But in this case, what's different than most other locations is there's a huge structure already built in that right-of-way, which, if nothing else, should further preclude the use of that space for calculation of density with respect to this particular ordinance. And I agree with the other comments that were made by Mr. Fisher and Mr. Curley and Mr. Higgins, as well as George, with respect to, and even Jim, with respect to the process, because the Planning Commission, and we spent, the day before Thanksgiving, we spent a lot of time with the Planning Commission. Kevin was there. And we spent some time on the ordinance, and I was waiting and watching very adamantly and very pointedly to see when the next meeting was going to be. So I'm really surprised that we're talking about this with a whole new ordinance, and we're talking about reintroduction. So I agree with the people who have said, why are we getting out of sync on this particular project? And if it seems like we wasted our time at the Planning Commission meeting because we've totally changed it. And so I think that we should, I would recommend, I would hope that you would want to table this and let's hear what the Planning Commission says. And if nothing else, we have to exclude the right-of-way in this ordinance. And one other point that's made, that Jim made, this would be beneficial supposedly to the folks at Brandywine, and they don't want it. So that gives you a sense, right? If the people who we think would be benefited don't want it, I think that gives you a good indication that this really is still has work to do, and that while the density coming down is helpful, that we still have more work to do. And if we do have a must, then we should have it based on the legitimate, non-already built upon tax parcels which are contiguous and which are commonly owned by the same entity. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Before Nick starts, John, I have a question for you. We've spent now 2 or 3 speakers talking about this 8 acres. I don't understand what that has to do with the ordinance that's in front of us. I think when we get to land development and those steps, that's when that is germane.
I think the issue that is being raised is that you count it in that site area definition. I mean, I don't think this is any change, right?
Right.
No.
It just so happens that this particular property has a big piece of ground in the right-of-way, and the arguments being made is that artificially increases what they can do. But it's not any change. That part of the ordinance isn't changing
Right.
from what's always been there. So I'm assuming that they got that benefit the last time they developed the property using the 8 acres in the right-of-way.
Can you, John, maybe not tonight, but give an opinion? Could we draft an ordinance that for one particular class of landowner using this ordinance, we would treat right-of-way differently than everybody else that has to use right-of-way in their calculations?
You could do that in this ordinance. I mean, this is a use which is permitted in the district. It's got some locational restrictions on it, question that Don asked, with frontage on the rail line, so it's limited to 3 parcels. Just like you have setbacks and other things in this, you could treat right-of-way differently for this use, if anyone wants to use this use.
Just for mixed use?
It could be,
Transit?
right, it could be treated differently.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quickly, the area that we're talking about is owned by Brandywine, is green space. You'll know that partly the Blue Route goes over, or by Biomed, I should say. The Blue Route goes over that piece. It's basically a green area of about 6-7 acres, and it is included in the folio number of the parcel of which Biomed owns the land. Also, one other comment here. Our traffic engineer, McMahon, the township's traffic engineer, the township zoning officer, the immediate neighbor, and SEPTA all says this ordinance works. This was the other ordinance. Now we're further reducing the density. And matter of fact, since the Biomed site keeps on coming up, in this instance, as you've heard, Biomed would be entitled to 475,000 square feet of office. Under base density, they're entitled to about 250,000 square feet. So if they're going to build more than 250,000 square feet of office space, they have to do all the bonus requirements in order to get up to a higher level. So this basically, the way this ordinance reads, now granted you're getting mixed uses, you're now reducing the amount of office that you're allowed on this site, which is, as we know, is the heaviest traffic generator. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Any other public comment? Amy, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Yes, I did. There were just a few items that I wanted to clarify. The use of the mixed use compared to pure office allows, if you have an office, you have the percent of trips coming into your site in the morning is usually 6.5 times the number of trips that are exiting the site. And the reverse is true, or a little bit less true, in the afternoon. You have 4 times as many trips going out of a site as opposed to coming in. When you go to a mixed-use distribution, you more evenly distribute those trips coming in and exiting the site. So in fact, as you're exiting the site in the afternoon, it would appear that there were less trips, less vehicles on the road in the direction that you're traveling, because there would be other vehicles on the other approach coming in. And that allows you to have better balance of your distribution of timing at signals, rather than having a predominance of vehicles on one approach, basically hogging the cycle length. The other thing that I did want to talk about was that there are 2 reductions that can be taken for these sites. One of them is the internal interaction, and that's basically talking about the types of use where you might visit a restaurant for breakfast, and then you go to the office immediately following that. And there's a certain amount of reduction that you would take for those trips. And they range from 2 to 50% depending on the interaction between the two. We capped the reduction to 15% for this site over what is typically taken for industry standards. The other reduction that we limited was, I found many publications supporting a 30 to 50% reduction for the transit use, but I felt it was better to be conservative in this, so I limited them to a 15%. So I did not allow them to take a full credit for the transit. So in fact, we actually are showing more vehicular trips than would be anticipated if we followed our industry standards, because I wanted to make sure that we had a conservative analysis. So I just wanted to clarify that there wasn't significant credits that were provided. They were in fact 3 to 4 times less than what should be allowed based on the industry standards.
And that first category of reduction, intersite, I forgot.
The internal interaction.
Internal. Would that include or envision if there's an apartment building there, that I think under the ordinance is 65% single, one bedrooms, that would probably be working people?
There isn't an interaction as much for the residential to the work. It's more for the retail, restaurants, things like that type of component. So you would get the interaction between the residential and those types of uses, and then you would have the higher interaction with the office with those types of uses.
Not so much the people in that building working in that office?
Not necessarily. It wouldn't be as high.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other public comment?
Commissioners, just a point of clarification as I was looking at the chart that I provided to you in your packets. We spent a lot of time discussing how this is a density increase. And I took a look at the numbers, and surprisingly, under the density bonus provisions, all things being considered equal, looking at what you could develop under the current ordinances versus under this with the maximum density, for those 3 parcels, under current regulations, you could get 1.89 million square feet of gross floor area that is permitted by the code. The must ordinance as it's revised would only permit 1.68 million square feet. So there's really not a density increase as part of this ordinance. It's actually a general reduction. And we achieve that through the reduction in the building square footage or the footprint of the building. That's why there is a general reduction. Whether or not a individual property owner could achieve what the by right or even what the must would do and what cost the developer would face to do that, but just all things being considered equal, you take column K and look at and compare that to column Q. Existing gross square footage under current regulations is 1.89 million square feet. Under the maximum density bonus, with all the density bonuses being given at an 80% gross square footage, it's 1.68.
And that's including all uses, not just office?
That's all uses, maximum gross square footage for the site. So it's actually not an increase in density, it's an actual reduction, as well as if you get the density bonuses, you have all of those off-site traffic mitigation that was discussed earlier, that the language is fuzzy, it's vague. It's intended to be that way so that the Board of Commissioners, when an applicant comes in, can dictate as to what level of improvements they want to see to make sure that they are significant improvements to grant the density bonus.
All right, thank you, Kevin. All right, I believe we have a motion. Do we have a motion on the floor? And a second on whether to introduce this tonight and send it to planning, and I believe it's already on its way to Delaware County Planning. And just to clarify, what we would be sending to planning is this more current version that actually incorporates a lot of the things that they were talking about in their November meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and call that vote. This is to introduce the ordinance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. And those opposed? Okay, the motion passes 4-3. It will be introduced tonight and go to be put on a future agenda for Planning Commission for their consideration. and then will come back to us eventually. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer, if I may, just briefly, just want to recognize Kevin Kuchansky for his hard work and effort on this. Also, too, is with Public Works, I know Superintendent Colorillo has organized weekly meetings in which Amy Kaminsky, Roger Phillips, Superintendent, the staff traffic of the police department, along with Steve and Kevin, have met on a regular basis to address the traffic issues and concerns. And what we have heard from a lot of the comments publicly here, they have tried to incorporate those. I just want to recognize that there is a lot of time that staff does put in on this with the professionals that the township has to be able to address a lot of the concerns that the board has, as well as the businesses within the area, the planning commission, as well as residents too. Thanks.
Thank you. And I want to just pile on to that in saying that a lot of the work and the changes that are made and these constant reiterations are responsive and incorporating the input that staff is getting from all the parties, from Planning Commission, and from what this board says as well. And Brandywine. Okay, so let's move on to Public Works and Engineering. Commissioner Jim Higgins.
Yeah, thank you. The first item is resolution number 2013-145, which would award a contract for the construction of a crosswalk on North Wayne Avenue in the heart of our business and restaurant district. So Steve Norsini, would you explain things for us?
Sure. I'll be as brief as I can, noting that the time. If the board remembers, in June of this year, a resolution was passed requesting funding for this project from the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust, the North Wayne Crosswalk. That resolution was passed and was forwarded on to the RECT. Also, as part of that, the RECT decided that it would pay for the engineering portion of the project. So fast forward to today, the engineering has been completed, the project has been bid, and PennDOT has signed off. So we have a sealed bid that was open with one bidder. We've have $15,000 of engineering fees in arrears at this point. And basically, in a nutshell, the RECT is not going to pay for these items. So moving forward, what we're requesting is that the project be awarded, and it would be paid for by the township as a pedestrian safety project. And it would be funded, it is unbudgeted in the capital budget as of right now. And I would request that this project be funded from the capital reserves, highway construction. So there's really three components. There's the $15,059.15 that is owed to McMahon and Associates. There is, if the board so wishes, the award of the contract to Ramos and Associates, who was the sole bidder. And the price you see there is with an add alternate included for a stamped dyed asphalt. So that's $117,930. And for informational purposes, I show estimated engineering inspection costs at $5,600. So the action I would request is that the board respectfully requests the board authorize the award of the contract for the construction of the crosswalk in the amount of $117,930 and payment of engineering fees in the amount of $15,059.15 to McMahon and Associates.
And Steve, my understanding is the Wayne Business Association is not in favor of this crosswalk?
I don't know the total details, other than that they have not paid our bills and the RECT is not.
That's I know the RECT, but my understanding is the Business Association is not in favor of this. Is that correct, Bob?
That's correct.
Yeah. So Steve, then the motion is a little bit broader than the printed resolution we have. So what I'm saying is that if we just pass the resolution 2013-145, we would still have the open issue of paying the engineering for McMahon and Associates and covering McMahon's estimated engineering inspection costs.
Well, I believe, and correct me, the board or the solicitor could correct me if I'm wrong, the McMahon and Associates fees could be paid by a motion of the board, and the estimated engineering costs will not be incurred until that project takes place, and that would fall under the manager's $7,500 limit, I could do a purchase order for what is the appropriate amount.
That's the inspection. Okay.
Correct.
All right, so just trying to figure out how to word the motion at this point. I'm going to move the introduction of resolution number 2013-145.
We're not introducing, we're approving it, are we?
Sorry, yeah, approving the resolution number 2013-145, and I would like to amend it to include that to authorize township management to make the payment to McMahon and Associates of $15,059.15 for engineering of the project. That's my motion.
Second?
Okay, is there any commissioner comment on that motion?
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. While I think we need a crosswalk there, and this has been something we've discussed for years, I'm very disappointed that the RECT is not willing to contribute funding towards this. We collected parking fees for possibly decades in the Wayne Business District, and we turned those fees and those revenues over to the RECT with the implicit understanding that that money would be used to improve that district. And this is a project that will greatly improve the pedestrian safety of that district. And I'm just, again, I'm very disappointed that they're not willing to kick in the money. If they're listening and they're interested in doing so, that would be very much appreciated. I think, you know, we had an arrangement with them for many years. They've done a lot of great things, and this is an opportunity for them to do more great things. So I will not be supporting this.
I'm going to support the motion. I have always supported this idea of putting a crossing on North Wayne Avenue. It is a dangerous situation. It always has been a dangerous situation. And my support back then and now is not contingent upon, and it does not hinge upon, the support from RECT. Having said that, the RECT money is for improvements in our Wayne Business District area, and this is not the only project that is necessary for improvement there. So I fully expect that the money that remains in RECT will go towards upcoming projects that we do collaboratively in Wayne. So I'm not bothered so much by the fact that they won't fund this particular project. I know there is a roster of projects that they will fund, and I look forward to working with them to make those improvements. That does not create any kind of barrier for me for approving this. This is something we need. We've needed for a long time. And if RECT chooses not to fund this, so be it. We'll fund it ourselves.
All right. Don, do you have anything you want to?
I'm going to support it. I mean, I would prefer that it be funded by the RECT, but similar to what Jim and Elaine said, I think it's worthwhile and it's worth township expenses.
All right. I'd like to have the vote on it, and I'd like to reserve comments after we make the vote.
Okay, is there any staff comment? Any public comment? All right, I'll go ahead and call the vote on Jim's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-2.
All right. I'm glad, John Fisher, you brought up the issues. It's been very distressing, this whole project. The Radnor Enhancement Community Trust is comprised of Steve Bagis, Clint Stunnebeck, Steve DiOrio, Diane Jorley, and Mac McCoy. And as John Fisher pointed out, they are custodians or trustees of money that was collected from employees of the restaurants on North Wayne Avenue and other areas, and which came from a permitting situation, parking permitting situation, whereby the Wayne Business Association employees of those restaurants were given permission to use a township leased lot owned by the AT&T Corporation. And so over the years, this money was paid by the employees, came to Radnor Enhancement Community Trust, for the express purpose of improving downtown Wayne. And what I found out after working with Steve Norsini and Steve Bagis, one of the members of the trust, was that Steve Bagis was fully behind the idea of having the Enhancement Community Trust pay for this crosswalk. And I would like to just recognize him as he has a long record of improving our township and working on many projects for the betterment of our community. And I'd like to recognize his support of this project. I had a discussion with Clint Stunnebeck, who is a former commissioner for 22 years on this Board of Commissioners, and I kind of lost my patience with him. And in essence, basically, he said he would not support this because the Wayne business, he would not release the funds or vote to release the funds from the trust because the Wayne Business Association is opposed to it. And when you get right down to cases, why is the Wayne Business Association opposed to this? Because they would lose one parking place on North Wayne Avenue to this safety improvement. That's the reason. Originally, it was going to be 2 parking places, and through the intervention of John Nagel and his creativity, we figured out a way to save one of those parking places. So Wayne Business Association, who depends on our Board of Commissioners to support them in the Radnor Fall Festival, the Wayne Sidewalk Sale, the Wheels of Wayne, and outdoor dining ordinances, is really kind of deserted us in our hour of need here by withholding their support from the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. And the result is that the public, the Radnor public, is now going to have to spend this money when in fact it should be money coming from the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust, which, as John Fisher points out, is either public money or close to being public money, since the trust used our lease with the AT&T Corporation and used this office right here in this township building of the township manager for several years to build up this corpus, this fund of money in the trust. So I'm very distressed, and I would hope that the Wayne Business Association would come around and resume its partnership with us and maybe consider reimbursing us for this expenditure that we've approved tonight. Thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next item.
The next item is the subject matter is the Eagle Village Shops, and I think we have is this a caucus matter that, Steve, that we're taking up?
No, consideration of a waiver.
The request of a waiver of land development.
Okay.
So this was before us, I think at our very last meeting, and it has also gone in front of Planning Commission. As I understand it, Planning Commission has recommended, although I don't believe that's in our packet, but I watched the meeting, and they did recommend that we waive the land development process and allow this to proceed as a regular building and grading permit. Their recommendation, correct me if I'm wrong, included they wanted some assurance that the three things would be addressed in grading and building permit, and that was the ADA compliance, the stormwater management requirements, and that there would be a zoning review to ensure that parking was adequate. Have I summarized that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So is there someone from the applicant here who would like to speak? Correct me if I got that wrong.
George Brosman. I'm here with Jeff Martin, the project architect. Dave Fiorello is here, and Donna Torpe, who's the manager. You heard the presentation before, so I don't want to.
Right.
The hour is late.
Yeah, I don't think we need to hear the
So
presentation. But if you
we
have
agree
any,
to everything that was stated. It was also approved by or recommended for approval by the Shade Tree Commission.
by Shade Tree as well. Okay.
So we would ask. It is time sensitive. We think it's a good project. I don't know I remember what it looked like. If this comes up or not.
Hey, George, does it include right away?
Why don't we just, I move the approval of the waiver.
I'll second it.
I need to recuse myself. My daughter has worked at Valley Forge Flowers and may work there occasionally during her time period when she's home from school. So.
Good for her. All right, is there any commissioner comment or any questions about the request for a waiver?
Yeah, I mean, I had stepped away, so my sense is, are you going to have enough votes if I don't vote? I was going to, because there's only going to be 3 of you.
Yeah, we have enough votes without you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, you don't,
Very well.
you just need a
Okay,
majority of those voting.
is there any staff comment?
Yes, just briefly. Just want to say, George, to you and your client, this is a great project for the township, very creative and very good for the township. Thank you.
Okay, any other staff comment? Any public comment?
Indirectly related. My name is Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's. Just to the rear here, you know my affinity for jogging, and there used to be a nice cut through to that loop road that goes around Our Lady of the Assumption Parish. In other words, you could cut through jogging through the Spread Eagle parking lot and towards Stratford Station. About 5 years ago, they fenced it up completely. I put in a request to the landowner that maybe there'd be an informal opening there. I don't know about the implications with property rights, but it's a nice leafy kind of entranceway for residents all the way over to Radnor. What is that? Devon
Forest Lane,
The apartments over there, station.
Yeah, Old Eagle School. Road.
Forest Lane is
People love cut-throughs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Did you vote for it? Okay. And any opposed? The waiver is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Kevin Higgins recusing himself. All right, next item.
The next item is the Villanova Center Zoning and Land Development, Enrico Partners, which is at 771 to 797 East Lancaster Avenue in Villanova. And we have a memorandum from Mr. Phillips of Gannett Fleming, and I suppose Mr. Phillips could explain the memorandum and this project.
I think the applicant is here, and I think they would do a better job of explaining what they're doing and where they are, and then I can chime in after that.
All right, are we being asked to make a
This is in front of you for Caucus.
The Caucus.
Caucus, okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good evening. Dave Falcone with Saul Ewing here on behalf of Enrico Partners. Just a little bit of background, which I think is important for this project. The shopping center in question is the Villanova Center, located along Lancaster Avenue. You have the Wilmington Trust Bank out front, the post office in the back. You have some restaurant. Used to be the Radnor Rolls parcel, just to orient everyone. The project is developed pursuant to a settlement agreement, which was executed in 2003 with the township. That settlement agreement was approved by court order, and that's how the project has been developed to date. In 2003, when the original settlement agreement was executed, the parcel which is the subject of this application, which is this front piece here, which is where the post office is, was not owned by Enrico Partners. It was owned by another party. However, Enrico Partners contemplated acquiring that parcel, that property out front. So as part of the court order and the settlement agreement, it was stated that if Enrico acquired this property, it would be developed pursuant to a plan which was attached to that settlement agreement, and it would be developed under and subject to the criteria set forth in the settlement agreement and not the ordinance criteria, so that the entire shopping center would be essentially developed under the same concept. I thought I have some smaller plans. You're not going to be pleased with the size of this plan. So this is the settlement plan that was attached to the back of the settlement agreement. This is the subject parcel, which we're talking about right now. So the court and the township and the applicant all agreed that in the event we acquired this piece, we would develop it pursuant to this plan, which was a recorded plan subject to the settlement agreement, and this is what the building would look like. It would be a 32,300 square foot building. We are here seeking an amendment to this approved court-ordered final plan. So that's our application. And what we are proposing is what you see on the larger plan. If you could zoom out, please. Thank you. It's this building here. It's a slightly smaller building, 31,730 square feet, oriented slightly differently. So we are asking for a reduction in total square footage and to reorient the building. And that is the crux of our application.
Dave, can I ask you a question? I certainly
Kevin.
understand if it's a question that you don't want to answer.
Sure.
But at this time of year, you go through your neighborhood, you have parties, and there's a rumor as to who the tenant is for that building. Are you able to confirm or deny or identify the proposed tenant?
The owner is here, but
Okay, fair. I understand.
Okay, so
we-
just to
and
clarify.
I'm sorry, real
Go
quick.
ahead.
So we submitted, this is more why we're here now and we weren't here last month. We had originally submitted this plan and received a letter from the engineer that had some detailed comments on it. Rather than come to the planning commission with that letter, we took it off the agenda, revised the plan, and resubmitted and essentially got a clean letter from the engineer. So we were delayed a month, and that's why we pulled it, revised the plan to address the comments from the engineer, and that's appeared before the planning commission, received a positive recommendation and a clean letter from the engineer, and here we are.
So let me just clarify what's in front. Tonight, this is Caucus. We're not taking action, we're just looking at it. Probably at our next meeting, it'll be in front of us, and that would be for a final approval of the amendment that you're requesting to our agreement our settlement agreement from 10 years ago.
It would essentially be amending the actual land development plan, which is a
Okay.
recorded plan.
So is that an approved plan?
Yes.
So that would be the end of the land development process for you?
That would be the end.
Okay. So I'm asking all of that because I think it's in everyone's best interest to approve this amendment. It's going to serve everyone better. It makes me cringe to see all of this redevelopment on a 100% impervious parcel without great new stormwater management. And I completely understand that you are what dictates here is the stormwater management requirements that were in effect when you had this agreement. So I know there is no obligation. But given that knowledge, the way this will be redeveloped, I'm assuming, will be to capture and divert the water as opposed to infiltrate or retain any water. Am I correct in that?
Ron could probably speak to that. We are going to be capturing
And diverting.
And diverting.
So here's my question. As you know, you all live in Radnor, that we are really on this quest to improve our flooding and our stormwater situation. And this type of situation where we have redevelopment going on, you're digging up the ground anyway, and this is exactly the type of situation where we'd like to see some improvement. And is there any room to work with our township to identify if there is some way, perhaps we could even work collaboratively to improve instead of just doing what's required and capturing and diverting?
So I think we are improving what's there. And again, I think Ron can probably speak to this, our engineer, but there was stormwater management with the original plan.
Mm-hmm.
So there is stormwater management on site. And we are proposing there's nothing there now on that front piece. So what we are proposing, we believe, is a net benefit. So we're not doing anything. Too many knots maybe, but.
So let me put this a different way. We have a wonderful new stormwater advisory committee, and we have some really talented engineers and staff. If they took a look at this and over the next couple of weeks, and they determined, I don't actually know where this drains. I don't know where this water ends up after it's moved. But my guess is that wherever it ends up is a stream or a waterway that is overburdened, because all of our streams and waterways are overburdened. And my guess is that it's towards towards Wayne, and where many of our problems exist. So if our talented staff and advisory committee looked at this and thought, this really is a priority area where we could make some significant change here, and I'm not saying that would happen, but because I don't know the technicalities of where this water goes. But if it was a priority project and something that we would, as a township, would be worth investing in making some improvements here, would you be open to collaboration to do that?
Yes.
Okay, that is good news. So I would like to.
Are we absolutely certain that they're not under the coverage of the
Well, that's the impression I got from the Planning Commission
current
meeting.
ordinance?
Does someone on staff want to speak to that?
This is a redevelopment? and-
John Rice can speak to it.
We were just having a discussion. They have a recorded final plan. So the revision here, Dave, you're essentially turning the building and reducing the size of the building?
That's right. That's correct.
Whether legally that triggers updated stormwater management, no one's asked me that question until just now. I would like to look at that. I had a question, though, about the plan. There's a conservation easement that's supposed to go on here. Is that shown on there in the settlement agreement?
It's not for this front piece where we are.
But where is that? Because I don't know that is that recorded? I'm looking at paragraph 11, Dave, of the settlement agreement.
My client just advised me, and I just had to grab my settlement agreement, but it's backed by Kenilworth, and it is recorded.
It is recorded, okay,
Yes.
okay. So it's not on this piece at all? It's along the frontage?
Kenilworth.
Yeah, right there. But is it shown on that plan? That's what I'm wondering. Shouldn't we show that?
Do you have your light?
We can show it on the plan.
And we should get a copy of the recorded easement?
So just to address the question about how this portion of the property should be developed, pursuant to the settlement agreement, John, Section 10 deals with the additional parcel. To the extent that we acquired it, the settlement agreement says that it may submit the additional parcel for land development approval as part of an amendment to the plan. But then I think the important language is, approval thereof by the township shall be in accordance with the design and criteria evidenced by and/or set forth on the additional parcel overlay, including non-conforming currently existing on the additional parcel, which non-conformities include but are not limited to coverage and parking issues. So it's setting forth that we can develop this pursuant to the criteria that are shown on that plan, and all of that is contemplated. So everything they really did back, and it predated me, but not the folks in my office. In 2003, they really did contemplate acquiring this. They wanted to acquire it, and how exactly they were going to develop it. So, we think this is smart development. This is a better way to develop the piece. But kind of any real deviation from this, we would just simply go back to that initial approved plan, which is slightly larger and not quite as beneficial.
I can see your position if you were coming in a year after 2003, 2004,
Yeah.
and doing this, but this is 10 years later.
Doesn't matter.
What if you came in 30 years later,
It does not matter. It's a court
50 years
order.
later?
2,000 years later.
No.
But anyway, but the point here is you're asking to alter the original plan.
We are. So that's why we're
Yeah.
here. It's an
And-
amendment.
That's right. So you need our approval to do that. I just want to clarify, currently, as I recall, there are curb cuts on Lancaster in front of the existing building Will
That's
they
right.
be eliminated? Yeah, it looks like you're eliminating one, so that's a major plus. Thank you for doing
There's a
that.
cut here and a cut here now.
Yep, and that's great. That makes a lot of sense. It's very helpful. Not that that's creating the problem, but it just exasperates the issues with turning and stopping. Thanks.
Well,
Commissioner, excuse me a second, over here. Where you're talking about those curb cuts along the SEPTA tracks is going to be a right-in, right-out entrance and exit there.
So we're moving it in essence, because right now the SEPTA lane is not really used
That's
by
correct.
that site. And SEPTA has approved use of that. I assume that's some type of an easement.
We actually have submitted the easement to the township already.
And SEPTA's already agreed to all
Yes,
that?
that was one of the conditions in my letter, and I actually received that about a week ago or so, the SEPTA agreement.
So we're not necessarily, but it's a good idea. You're distancing that egress further away from the light, which seems to be where the stacking occurs there.
And eliminating lefts into and out of the intersection. That's a full access, the one that's existing right now.
And that's where, thank you.
Mr. Falcone, who
Yes, sir.
is the township is a party to that agreement?
That's
is it not?
correct, yes.
And is it the predecessor to Enrico Partners?
Yes.
Was the, okay.
And
Well-
Enrico is also a party to it. So it was Radnor Rec LLC, predecessor, and then Enrico, different parties.
Rick Caruso was involved in that, wasn't he?
Yes, Rich Crusoe,
Rich,
yes.
okay. Is it an open question, Mr. Solicitor, on this issue of compliance with our current ordinance on stormwater?
Well, it's an issue I want to look at because the criteria that Mr. Falcone was talking about is the criteria that's shown, I guess, on that plan, on the additional parcel overlay. Designing criteria evidenced by and or set forth on the additional parcel overlay. So that's a list, Dave, isn't it, on one of the plans? It
Yes.
just has some,
Notes, there's settlement agreement notes, general notes.
does it say anything about stormwater management on it? Because I think that might be important. I mean, normally under an approved land development plan, you get 5 years of protection from intervening ordinances under the MPC, and then after that, you have to comply with any newly adopted ordinances. So whether that would apply here or not, I'm not sure. I'd like to look at it between now, and this won't come back to you till January 6th. And maybe there's some stormwater, something not fully in compliance with the current stormwater management, but something better than what's being proposed. If it's just, is it just inlets that's going to run the water out into the street? Is there any retention at all on site?
Good evening, Ron Klaas with Bowler Engineering.
I guess not.
There's actually, everything drains over towards the SEPTA lines from this property, and there's a culvert underneath the SEPTA track, which is where everything goes to. But you are correct, it is into stormwater inlets and then into that culvert crossing.
There's no retention or anything on site?
Correct.
It's just, okay.
Where does that culvert go?
Under the SEPTA tracks and towards the high school. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it exits into a large piece of open space, right? Right there.
Correct, located just to the west of the railroad tracks.
And then the water flows down high school property to that creek, and then across Lancaster Pike and out towards Conestoga Road. Yeah.
I believe that's where it goes, correct.
Yep, thank you.
Amy, can you clarify something? Your response confused me a little bit. So I'm heading east on Lancaster. Is the current left turn into the complex staying the way it is?
You have to enter the exit from that direction at the signal.
Right. So you coming under the...
Yeah, right now, you can enter between the signal and the overpass.
Yeah, but you're making an illegal turn.
No, I'm pretty sure that's
It's a
full.
double
you're-
yellow line.
No,
Yeah.
you can make a left at that
Yeah, I'm
point.
not so sure. So, but is there now a light going to be installed at this other, when I'm looking at this, the left side of the?
No.
Okay.
No, it'll be, there may be upgrades to this signal. We haven't had complete discussions with PennDOT, but, and I believe that they would be doing ADA pedestrian improvements. But that access that's located near the SEPTA line is going to be just a right in from the westbound and then a right out to continue westbound on Lancaster.
Guys, so basically, all there's a little bit there, but it's really pretty much one contiguous driveway through the whole, and you're basically
No,
saying
they
they're
would be
closing.
putting up curbing,
Right, that's what I'm saying, but
Yep.
you're eliminating all of that, and that's
Yes.
where, okay, gotcha.
cleaning it up.
Okay, so let's move along. We'll see you again in January, but with two open areas that we'd like to get more information on, and that one being what our solicitor's assessment of the stormwater requirements are, and then separate and apart from that, regardless of what they are, an assessment of what the importance of that water, where it goes, and whether it's a priority for us as a township to have action taken there, and whether we would want to intervene to take action.
Can I just add to that? I think for me, because in my opinion, the recorded plan compared to what they're asking for now, or I should say the ask that they're asking for now provides, in my opinion, significant value to the site, because presently you cannot see the retail uses behind the existing structure. So we really do need to see stormwater done here and done to the current BMPs, because we don't have to approve, we have nothing to gain or lose whether.
I disagree with that.
Well,
Well, we
I'm
could
just-
build that building. It's not, we could leave the access as it is. It's a
But we don't
dangerous
gain,
intersection.
we can control that, so we can, as a township, we can control that access with or without. So all I'm trying to say here is, it would be much appreciated if if the applicant can come back to us with some of the more current BMPs in place with this design. And again, we want this site to succeed. In my opinion, I want to see this succeed. And I know one of the issues at this site is that with the existing structure, it's very difficult to see the retail uses behind the existing structure. And by relocating this building to the left, it opens up the view of that commercial and retail use. So there should be a large amount of value gained by the owner of the parcel. So, and in exchange for that, again, you're coming to us now, 10 years later, you want to improve this design for the economic point of view. We would like to improve it from a BMP stormwater point of view.
We'll certainly evaluate that. Again, the flip side for us is just to develop what we have approved. We wouldn't need to be here at all.
Okay, well, thank you for coming
You're
up.
tearing, excuse me, you're tearing the building down, right?
That's right.
That's a huge change in the topography and the layout. And
That's shown
as
on the
John
plan.
points out, you're now, the public will be able, with the new building where it is,
Yeah.
the public will be able to see the stores in the back, which have had trouble succeeding. Mr. Caruso had a restaurant in there, failed. I think Staples was back there. It's gone out of business at that location. So there's a huge benefit being redounding to the benefit to the current owners here that I think,
I'm not disputing that. I don't think the applicant would dispute that either. I think what would then be in dispute, it would have to be a balance for the applicant as to what the value would be to do what's approved and what was approved in 2003 and build it as such and move forward like that, or pursue whatever additional conditions you all might suggest and then weigh them out. But that ultimately would be, it would be on the applicant to decide.
yeah, but you
because
can
of the
have a
settlement
huge
agreement.
hole in the ground. How much more cost?
build a building.
We can
If you're
build a
talking about
building.
Moving it, all you're talking about is moving the building.
No, he's tearing it down.
But
Yeah, but he can
it's-
build the building
it's-
without us.
What's
But
there
he's going to have a
now?
huge hole in the ground, and he can
Build
improve.
the same location.
I know that.
Yeah, so, but but anyway, look, we're not trying to extract rents here. We're just trying to get you to do the best you can. We're not saying you have to do anything specific, but please come back to us with some BMPs and, it'll help us get through it.
Well, we
That's
we
what
did
we're
discuss them with the Planning Commission, and one of the things that the Planning Commission brought up with respect to collecting rainwater was to eliminate some parking spaces on this side and place more green islands throughout the new side, which we were willing to do, and to incorporate more of that green space into the parking areas. But that would require more consideration from this board with respect to parking on site. We would be reducing parking spaces, even though we are exceeding what's required under the plan. It would have to be a township determination that for every space we lost, we would be then able to.
Well, I think what we're looking for is a store infiltrate and release system, something that will infiltrate. And
I was just reporting with the Planning Commission. Those were the things they asked us to consider, and that was what we were going to bring to this
Okay,
board.
well, we'll go back to our own drawing board in the township and figure out what we can demand, what we want to demand, what we can offer on this front, and we'll take it from there.
Understood. Thanks.
Okay? All right, moving along, we have one last item under public safety with Commissioner Spingler.
I'll move the approval of ordinance 2013-17 as an introduction, amending Chapter 270 of the Vehicles and Traffic revising Section 270-16, stop intersection, revising Section 270-34, parking permit zones, and revising Section 270-57, parking meter zones established.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that, and I just want to emphasize that we have removed all the parking restrictions concerning the Old Oaks and Conestoga Village neighborhoods from this original ordinance 2013-17. So anyone from my neighborhood who's concerned, those provisions have been removed, and we will address those in the new year.
Okay, is there any commissioner comment, staff comment, public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Commissioner Nagel, do we have anything under Parks and Rec?
Yeah, I think Tammy would like to make an announcement about Santa delivery.
Thank you, Commissioner Nagel. Yeah, just real briefly, Santa's Delivery was an event that was slated to take place just this past Saturday, the 14th. Of course, with the inclement weather, we had to defer it. It's going to take place this upcoming Friday, December 20th, between the hours of 6 and 9 p.m. And for those of you who don't know, Santa's Delivery is a new event that we put together this year. It's a partnership between the many departments within the township, the police department, the Public Works Department, and Recreation, of course. And we've partnered up in addition with the Bryn Mawr Fire Company and the Radnor Fire Company. And what we're going to do is go out into the neighborhoods and deliver some packages where we have some Santa Clauses that are going to be joining us. Our very own Superintendent Colarulo is going to be one of them. And going into the neighborhoods and delivering gifts for folks that have pre-registered. We had a registration day on November 30th that was extremely successful here at the Township Building. We had about 163 households that participated, and that translated into about 375 packages that we actually have stored back there that are going to be delivered this upcoming Friday. So for those of you who registered to participate in it, this Friday, December 20th, between the hours of 6 and 9 p.m., we'll be going out with the fire engines. You'll hear the loud sirens and everything that'll be blasting as we come in through the neighborhoods, and we'll be there with our Santas to deliver all the great gifts.
You don't think any kids are watching this meeting, do you?
They might see the replay. I also want to just announce that we have our winter and spring 2014 recreation brochure posted on the website. So if you get a chance, check that out at radnorrecreation.com.
Thank you, Tammy. End of report.
Great. Is there anything on library? Commissioner Jim Higgins?
I have no report on library.
Public Health, Commissioner Nagel?
Tonight, Public Health meeting, we talked a little bit about geese. They're going to combine their information with the EAC's when we see that early next year. And it was Herb Hazen's last meeting, so he's going off the board after, I guess, 2 terms. So that'll be a loss. So we have an opening on Board of Health.
Okay, great. Any old business? Any new business? No?
How about Kevin Higgins? Thank you for serving with us. We already did it tonight, but thank you, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with these people, and I think while we have our disagreements, I think the tone and the civility of the discussions has improved over time. So I think we at least respectfully disagree with each other. So.
Thank you, Kevin. You did a tremendous job. Appreciate it.
And is there any public comment?
Anybody else? I'd also like to thank Kevin Higgins for his representation of the Second Ward for these past 7 years, I guess, or is it 6 or 8?
Do you see how big his shoes are? Can you get in those shoes?
Yeah, I had
The other thing to learn is I speak only when necessary.
I'd also like to respond to the ridiculous comment from Mr. Higgins, Jim Higgins, that there was only 6 people in the First Ward that were against this purchase. That obviously is false, and for many of us, we have spoken with hundreds of people, and we do know how many people feel strongly in opposition to this. So thanks very much.
Any other public comment? All right, do I have a motion
Move
to
we
adjourn?
adjourn?
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.